Again, folks, welcome. If you are on the small deck side, welcome to our Friday morning here at the Gauntlet. Got our judges in place, our high-speed crew rock and rolling, ready to rip it on this Friday morning. 10 degrees cooler over here in the shade. I'm gonna come here and stand with Steven. Keep our eye on the deck before we get this kicked off.
There you go, let's go.
All right, here we go. On the deck, got our first set of athletes lining up.
Athletes behind your bars. Yes, you in the purple shorts. 10 seconds. Stand by. All right, Jeremy, here we go. Your teams underway here at the Flagler stage. Attacking the MIA, Miami Boulder Complex. 8-minute time cap. Gonna go 9, 6, 3, 9, 8 cleans. 6 cross row, shoulder overhead. On the barbell for your scale teams out here. Your ladies starting off with 115, 125, then 135 to end. Your scaled men starting with that 165, looks like it. 185 and ending with 205. So as they advance into the complex, they will move to the next barbell, Jeremy, aka matriculate down the lane.
All right, here we go, lining up on the deck down in lane number 1. Courtney Tourette, lane number 3. Becky Forad, lane number 4. Sarah Grace Kimball, Omar Diaz in lane number 5. Lane number 6, Wilfredo Mendez. And rounding out this heat at lane number 8, Phil Paul. Our athlete's gonna kick off the gauntlet. They're gonna have 7 minutes to establish a 3-rep overhead max. Again, if you're unfamiliar with the gauntlet format, it's gonna go 3, 2, 1, go, and they're gonna go through a myriad of workouts.
Start off our day number 2 officially here.
7 in total, actually. The catch is that we're going to start a new heat of athletes every 20 minutes. So there'll be a fresh batch of folks out here on the floor.
Tequila Mockingbird here. In lane number 10, their second barbell. We're gonna get to the third one soon.
Right now, being later. 2 reps to go. 185, shoulder to overhead. And gets it done. Moving on now to the 205. Coming up to the halfway point.
Again, folks, if you're rolling in to watch your favorite athletes compete here at the Gauntlet, we appreciate you guys coming out. Welcome to Wodapalooza 2022. 10 years in the books for Wodapalooza. Our 10th year here in sunny Miami, celebrating fitness with the fittest. We thank you guys for coming out and joining us. Athletes, 1 minute. 1 minute.
So eyes on Tequila Mockingbird down here in lane number 10. We got a Willem across that line here, ladies and gentlemen.
For the gentlemen, what now, dear leader? About to start off with the 205. Come on, let's go, Miami. He's working hard.
Tequila Mockingbird 135.
Athletes, 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
One more for Tequila Mockingbird. They're an athlete with the front rack. The split jerk.
All right, Gauntlet athletes, get yourselves ready. You have 10 seconds.
Heat number 1 now, big leader.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
1 arrest to go.
Off and moving. Here we go, Britt. Kicking it off.
Larry, we've got 7 minutes for these athletes to establish a 3 rep max on overhead squat. So again, it's 7 minutes on that running clock. They're gonna load that barbell up and take 3 repetitions, full range of motion, overhead squats. From there, they have a transition onto that next movement. But first, let's pay attention to all these athletes we have out here. Who do we got, Larry?
In lane number 1, joining us for the Gauntlet, we have Courtney. Lane number 3, we have Miss Becky. Lane number 4, Sarah Grace Kimball. That wraps it up for the fellas, or for the ladies. Skipping over to the fellas. Lane number 5, Omar Diaz. Lane number 6, Wilfredo Mendez. And Phil Bull, wrap it out, wrap it up. Heat number 1 against heat number 1 of the Gauntlet. Britt pointed out they have 7 minutes. You see that clock running.
Hey, lift into some JT. No better way to start it off.
Let's hear it, come on! Yeah! One now, behind the line. Oh, what a start, 20.
What was that? More. Athletes, you're gonna exit to the left of where you came in. If you came through the tunnel, you're gonna go to your left all the way down here towards the workhorses. Gentlemen, come this way. All the way down this way. All the way.
Just past 2 minutes on the clock. Again, Britt pointed out a second ago. Our athletes have 7 minutes to establish that 3 rep overhead squat max before they move on to the next portion of the Gauntlet.
135 loaded up on the bar down here, Larry, and we've got another 130 attempt as well. Some of these athletes are gonna go right into a full snatch on that, Larry, and then the others will maybe take a clean and jerk, but then attempt that, again, 3 rep max of overhead squats. Again, if you're just joining us, they have 7 minutes on the clock. to attempt a 3-rep max overhead squat. From that 7 minutes, they have a 2-minute transition where they move on to a metcon of power snatches and burpees over the bar.
Phil all the way at the end for the fellas down in lane number 15, shooting at 205. Phil hitting that next rep. Boom! Thumbs up for Big Phil. Good at 205. Wilfredo Mendez looks like the same weight on the bar. Wilfredo looks like he's got one to go, Britt.
Even narrower grip down there on that one.
There we go.
Make sure you go check out that vendor village once again. Shout out to all our partners. We got the Army Soul CPT. Got the Flip Sled. They were one of the major sponsors for the first events yesterday. Noble, many more. As we are waiting for our next batch of warriors to come through the tunnel.
.140 attempt down in lane number 3. Her second squat is good, and she's on to her third to wrap that one up. Lift is good. Larry, we got just under 5 minutes on the clock. Just over 2 minutes until the cap on this one.
Our athletes rocking and rolling on those overhead squats.
90 seconds, athletes. 90 seconds.
All right, all Mike Flag official and stuff now in case the cameras catch us. Britt will look good.
1 minute to start.
All right, athletes out here on the deck. You got about 90 seconds to finish up your overhead squats. Again, 7 minutes. Some athletes throwing up some serious weight. Rapidly approaching the 6-minute mark.
Athletes, 30 seconds.
Athletes, you have 1 minute on the clock. Again, attempting that overhead squat or front squat.
Big Phil with 245 on the bar, looking to close shop on that before the expiration of time.
10 seconds.
And Phil one in.
All right, once again, we're here at the Miami Barbell Complex.
And with less than 30 seconds to go, Phil lock it up. 245 on the scorecard.
Then they're going to make their way to the next bar. 6 reps of each movement, then 3 of each movement. Start with the hand cleans. Then you're going to go to the front squats.
Got about 10 seconds left, athletes.
That shoulder to overhead. Saw a lot of teams finish this thing fast in the first heat, Jeremy. We'll see if they'll do the same here.
All right, folks, past that 7-minute mark. All right, so our athletes, our lead athletes again, will be able to load their barbells for the next portion of this gauntlet event. Again, wide 2 here for the gauntlet.
All these barbells across the floor. A sour and a spicy here in lane.
Gonna be a 3-rounder.
Lane here, lane number 14.
Round 1 be 15 power snatches, 15 lateral burpees over the bar. Round 2, 10 power snatches, 15 burpees over the bar. And round number 3, 5 and 15 to close it out. Again, that'll be WOD 2 here for the gauntlet. Less than a minute away from kicking that off.
"35 seconds, athletes, 35 seconds on the clock." Again, power snatches, burpees over the bar. They got about a 9-minute chip away at this one. Again, at about that 20-minute mark, then we filter in the next heat of athletes that will then jump on those bars again for the overhead squats or front squat option. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, and go.
Boom, here we go. Off and moving again. A 15 and 15 for round number 1. 15 power snatches at their respective weights. 15 lateral burpees over the bar. Then 10 and 15 and 5 and 15.
So down on my side, the ladies start off with 115, moving to 125. That final barbell for your scale division females, 135.
Again, our first female down there, we got Courtney Torrance, Becky Ford, and Sarah Grace for our ladies down here. Again, they have 15 power snatches, followed by 15 burpees over that bar. Larry down for the gentlemen, Omar Diaz, Wilfredo Menendez, and Phil Pohl.
The fellas both done with that round of snatches. On to the lateral burpees over the bar. And you know, if you look at each of these events individually, none of them are decimating, but you start stacking them on top of each other for an hour worth of fitness out here. Our athletes are putting in some serious work. Plenty more to come, as a matter of fact, for our Heat 1 athletes. Heat 2 in the wings, getting warmed up. They'll be out here kicking things off in less than 10 minutes.
Becky Ford on her second round here of now 10 power snatches. From there, she moves on to those 10 burpees over the bar. So upcoming, guys, they're gonna hit these flip sleds. Remember, if you head to their booth today, you can register for that. It is all weekend long, today and tomorrow, to win your chance at your very own flip sled. They'll be announcing those winners on Sunday. Again, that's the flip sled booth. Stop by there this weekend, today, tomorrow, early Sunday morning, and then they're gonna pull a name for Sunday to give away a flip sled.
Again, this WOD number 2 for time. So the quicker our athletes complete all 3 rounds, the longer of a rest period they will get before they start round 3. That's going to be some echo bike action coming up here for them in just a few minutes.
Becky Ford wrapping up her, looks like final round here. Again, the rep scheme on those snatches, 15, 10, 5. And then holding consistent on those burpees over the bar. Down in lane number 1, again, you have Courtney Torrance ripping out her burpees, moving smooth. Sarah Grace for our ladies down here.
Athletes been on the floor coming up on 12 and a half minutes, about 3.5 minutes in for this particular event.
It's like 2 more of the shoulder rep overhead. Under 2 minutes remaining now. There goes 1 out of the 6. Then they're going to be moving on to the 130.
Coming up on our 13-minute mark on the big clock. Again, that'll be 13 minutes of action for our athletes. A little bit of a breather in there. 4 minutes of work here in WOD number 2 on this beautiful Friday morning here in downtown Miami.
Snatch now, moving on to the final barbell down in lane number 5. 135, locked and loaded as the timer is ticking down.
Again, once they wrap this up, they have a rest transition where they then get to meet their friend, the Assault Echo, for that bike.
Snatched into the front squats. 3 front squats done.
30 seconds now remaining.
3 shoulder overhead. If you're standing right in front of the seat in lane number 5, let's go, Wodapalooza.
Sarah Grace ripping out her final few burpees that she's got. Wilfredo Menendez also wrapping up his burpees down there. And Philip Pohl down in lane number 8 on his final few burpees, 14.5 on the clock. Guys, again, 18 is the cap on this one.
Exit towards this way, out of the, to the left of where you came in. This, to the workhorses. All male teams, exit on down this way. Follow the ladies.
Just past the 14:50 mark on our clock. Handful of reps to go for a couple of our athletes down here to finish things up. Two and a half minutes remaining. And there are a lot of time here for WOD number 2. Keeping in mind when these athletes wrap up WOD 2, they'll move forward and get ready for WOD 3.
Courtney Torrent with 2 burpees left to go down in lane number 1 on her final repetition here, where she wraps that one up at 15.5 or so on the clock. 18 is the cap on this one. Looks like we have wrapped up. Now they wait for that transition where they hop on the Echo bike for 2 minutes of max calories.
All right, folks, getting things lined up. Our athletes wrap it up. WOD number 2, rather. Our next heat athletes waiting in the wings. Athletes on the floor eyeballing that Echo Bike. That'll be their next point of contact. Will be a max Echo Bike calorie ride for 2 minutes. All right, athletes, here we go. Got our athletes on the bikes, kicking things off. Got our fresh set of athletes making their way out to the competition floor. Second stream of athletes gonna come out, gonna take on the gauntlet. So, just to explain the flow to you, we have our first heat. Moving on to WOD number 3, heat 2 now about to kick off WOD 1, and it's gonna go like that, folks, all day long. Some Groundhog Day action, so to speak.
Down in lane number 1, guys, we got Hannah Sherwood. In lane number 3, Katie Traffy. Ruth Watkins in 4. Matt Trevetic in lane 5. Braden Ruby in lane number 7. And Ethan Helbing in lane number 8. This is your upcoming starting athletes. 7 minutes for them to attempt 3 reps on either overhead squat or their respective front squats. Got 1 minute on max calories to go yet for that heat number 1. Again, we got Courtney Torn, Becky Ford, Sarah Grace Kimball, Wilfredo Menendez, and Phil Pale.
All right. Got our crew out there rocking and rolling on the overhead squats. Again, they'll have 7 minutes to establish a 3-rep max.
Phil Paul, not Pale, not Pal, not Paul, it is Paul. And that's a wrap on the bike for those athletes. Again, they were attempting max cals on that Echo bike. And you'll look closer to those stands where you've got these athletes in their respective movements. It's either an overhead squat, just such as that narrow one that Braden's doing down in lane number 7. Overhead squats or front squats for these athletes. They have 7 minutes to establish that 3-rep max. Meanwhile, your other heat just ahead of them is on their short window of rest. And then Larry, what do they have coming up next?
All right, you said it. They'll go into WOD number 4, which will be another AMRAP. 3 calories on the Echo bike. 10-foot handstand walk. 1 flip sled flip. 10-foot handstand walk back. They're going to go as long as they can on that for 12 minutes. It'll be a 12-minute AMRAP. Again, of Echo bike calories ascending numbers. So they're going to start with 3 calories. Then it'll go to 6, 9, 12, 15. You guys get my drift. Same standard handstand walk. The flip sled will also ascend in reps, starting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and on up till they get done. The handstand walk back will be that 10-foot handstand walk. And again, all that in 12 minutes. Athletes on the overhead squats, you are 3.5 minutes in, 3.5 to go. You're halfway done.
Lane number, say 12. 2 more reps, Jeremy. What's that clock look like?
Braden Ruby attempting. Right next to him, guys, you've got Ethan Helbig. Again, Braden with that narrow grip overhead squat. I love it. I love it. That's his second. On to his third. Lift is good.
2 more reps. Ample amount of time on the clock.
Working well. Now 1 minute remaining.
265 successful for Ethan Helbig.
Same for Braden Riley all the way on the end. Riley at 265. And he's going to be adding weight as well.
All right, bringing a fresh pair of arms here, lane number 12. Fresh pair of legs with the sweep.
Hannah Sherwood attempting her second and into her third front squat down here.
Let's go.
Lift is good. 135 successful.
1 more rep for your team.
All right, here we go. We see our athletes taking on WOD number 4, moving in. Mounting their echo bike. Again, 3 calories to start. Then we'll see a handstand walk.
10 seconds.
165 was our highest female weight yesterday, so that's the goal, right?
That's legit.
280 was the highest male weight. So those are those numbers to beat as of yesterday. It was 165 women overhead squat, 280 on the gentleman on that overhead squat.
All right, Britt, now it's going to get interesting. We're going to see these sled flips getting flipped, which will now cut down our ability to walk and move around a little bit. We don't want to get smacked with one.
Braden Ruby again attempting another overhead squat. Lifts are looking really, really strong for him. I want to say that was a 280. 280 for Braden. Successful 3. So again, our weight to beat yesterday was 280. Braden has done it. Right next to him, though, Ethan Helbig's about to attempt the very same thing here. 45 seconds on the clock for these squats. Down in our second heat athletes. And down in lane number 3, Katie Traffy is attempting what looks like 135. And a successful 280 for Ethan Helbig down in lane number 8.
Our Heat 1 athletes crushing through their 12-minute AMRAP. Again, that's going to be calories on the Echo Bike handstand walk, flip sled flips, and an additional handstand walk back. Our athletes making it look easy. At least easy on the first couple of rounds. Because now things will start to ascend. Those calories starting to stack up. 3, not that big. 1 flip, not that bad. But now we're up to 6 and 2. Move on to 9 and 3. So on and so forth again in that 12-minute AMRAP.
Athlete, 30 seconds. Athletes holding, please. Athletes hold.
Again, guys, if you're just watching, this first group of athletes that you'll see on their hands, they've got calories on that Echo bike. They got 10 that they are, walking with handstands. 10 feet on the handstand walk, followed by that flip sled where they're gonna do a series of flips. They go back to their 10 feet of handstand walking and then repeat back over to that Echo bike with ascending rep scheme over the course of the time. But your second heat of athletes is about to start on to their power snatches and burpees over the bar. Again, they've got 15 power snatches, 15 burpees over the bar, 10 power snatches and burpees over the bar, followed by 5.
And as those athletes are rocking through WOD number 4, they still have WOD 5.1.2 and .3 ahead of them. Whew. A daunting morning of fitness for all the athletes taking on the gauntlet today. We have heat 2 neck deep in WOD 2. That's going to be the descending power snatch and lateral burpee over the bar. Starting round number 1 will be 15 power snatches at their respective weights. 15 lateral burpees over the bar, then 10 and 15, and then finishing with 5 snatches and 15 burpees over that bar in the lateral plane.
Philip Paul back to his handstand walking, and it's 10 feet on that handstand walk, guys. Then they take on that flip sled. So calories on the bike, 10 feet of handstand walking, followed by that flip sled back to handstand walking, and then back on to that Rogue Echo bike.
Let's see the judges. For West Shades, wow.
Tremendous job so far. Heat 1 athletes. I would say they're almost done, but not really. They still got a lot to do, so. We'll talk about that WOD 5.1 coming up here in just a minute for those athletes, but they're looking to finish up that 12-minute AMRAP.
The CrossFit Parallax's second team across the line down here. Crab Cakes and CrossFit, your third female team with a time of 1:59. That Parallax team was at 1:41.
Male teams on the 185 bar. Boggy bottom 2K, the red. Getting started on the
Keep it up, athletes. You guys are doing great.
Two teams coming across in lanes 8 and 5. Cutthroat Q is at 3:05 in lane number 5.
CrossFit DC cows into the white and black shirts down here. Lane 25 with 2 reps remaining. It's 185.
CrossFit 3090 running across the line down here.
Boggy bottom 3BK now. A couple of reps to go. 3.5.
We've got about 13 minutes in on that clock. They have until 18 minutes on the clock, and when I say they, I mean that second heat that you see down on the barbell right now, where they've got a sequence of power snatches and burpees over the bar. But then your other group of athletes, which is your very first heat, they are on the bike, they are upside down, they are flipping that sled, which, again, if you want to get yourself a flip sled, head to the flip sled booth all weekend long until Sunday morning, where you can put your name in the hat And you can register to win yourself a flip sled where you get to carry home on the plane. You're welcome. Or they'll send it directly to you at your doorstep. Again, on that flip sled, for the ladies, they've got 280 pounds. For the gentlemen, 350 pounds. That's 350. Again, for that sequence, so with the bike, the handstand walking, and that hip sled, it's a 12-minute workout for that portion. These athletes are on this floor for a total of about 58 minutes. So keep your voices loud and cheering for them as they need your support. That's 58 minutes. Luckily, though, we're in that morning sun right now, which isn't going to be too treacherous. But we got sunshine for you guys all day today. Again, if you are just joining us for the first time or your 10th time, this is year numero 10 for Wodapalooza, guys. One more final flip for Becky Ford on her flip sled. Becky Ford kicking up for that handstand walk yet again here.
Grizzly girls working on their shoulder to overhead. But it's Haas party.
And as that second heat of athletes finish up right now, they are done with those power snatches, burpees over the bar. They then proceed and wait, where they get to take 2 lovely grueling minutes of max calories on that Echo bike. So remember, they have a 2-minute max effort ride. They have a short rest transition, but then their third portion, they're back onto that bike, where they've got set calories they've got to hit, but it's ascending rep scheme. So if you're just joining us, you're looking right now at our Heat 1 and our Heat 2 athletes.
Judge's hand high in the sky. 20 seconds for the Grizzly girls. All right, down in this corner. Let's get behind them. Let's make some noise for them.
3, 2, 1, and time.
There you go. Show them the love they deserve out here.
Great job, team. Team number 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Noah D. The man of the 10 gallows.
Again, our awesome equipment staff is out here transitioning equipment around as they'll take in now a third heat of athletes. Again, that's the third heat of athletes. And coming up next for heat number 1, they got wall walks and bar muscle ups. For heat number 2, they're gonna take on that 2-minute max effort ride on the Echo bike. Again, sending out that heat number 3. Athletes coming out onto the floor. They got just over a minute to go, guys, where they will attempt 3 rep max either on their respective lift, whether that is an overhead squat or that is a front squat. Athlete, heat number 3, you have 60 seconds on the clock.
Athletes, 2 minutes.
"30 seconds, athletes. 30 seconds on the clock.
90 seconds, athletes. 90 seconds.
10 seconds. In 3, 2, 1, go. All right, this is your heat number 3 attempting. They've got 7 minutes on the clock where they're gonna attempt a 3 rep max, either overhead squat or front squat, respective lift they've got on this one. 7 minutes, they're gonna load that barbell up. Their judge is going to make sure to account for all of those lifts. And if you look ahead, you've got your heat number 2. They are currently on the Echo bike where they have a 2 grueling minutes of max calories.
That was a really big effort.
30 seconds.
I've been calling you the wrong name this whole fucking time. I'm so sorry. So they flip-flop me?
About 1 minute in for those athletes on those overhead squats. Got a 185 attempt for Jake Haskour.
Day 2 here at Wodapalooza. Miami, great crowd out for heat number 5.
185 down in lane number 8 for Christian Ochoa. Successful lift looked very, very light for him.
I got 131 is the female's fastest time, if I'm not mistaken. I think you said around 120-ish
I think it's 121, Chris.
for the male time.
Absolutely outstanding time, and this might even get through.
Lift is good for Bailey.
You pretty much have to go unbroken to compete with those times.
Town Beverly boys allowing through this 205 mile already.
I got multiple teams.
Bailey and Fos for a good lift. 95 pounds on her bar. And a 195 down in lane number 7 for Jake Haskour.
Brewtown Beverage boys about to finish off 133.
Again, you're looking down towards the rig. You've got your Heat 1 athletes where they have a sequence back and forth of wall walks and bar muscle ups.
Female teams in lanes 10 and 6 to the final barbell. It'll be your team in lane number 10.
Christian Ochoa down here with 210, it looks like, on his bar. Successful 3 rep overhead squat. Right next to him, he's gonna clean and jerk that weight up.
Junior Rose crossing the line.
205 for his attempt down in lane number 7, Jake Haskour.
First feed
Casey Klein down in lane number 1 with a good and successful front squat.
Nice breeze cutting through the competition floor here. Got that team all the way down in lane number 1, finishing it out.
Belen Foss down in lane number 3. Strong lifts. 115 it looks like she did. Jake Hascour, 205-pound attempt he's gonna take on right now. 225 attempt for Christian Ochoa, down in lane number 8. And get our highest overhead squats, accumulating yesterday's lifts and this morning's heats was 280 for the gentlemen and 165 for those ladies. Belen Foss right now, though, attempting another strong lift of 120 on her bar. Lift was also successful. Again, those athletes that you're watching that are actually from the previous heat that are on the bike right now, they have a trio of movements. They have calories on that echo bike, 10 feet of handstand walking or bear crawl. From there, they proceed on to that flip sled. They go back to the 10 feet of handstand walking and then back onto that bike for calories. Again, the weight on that is 280 for the ladies and 350 for the gentlemen.
Two teams on the final barbell. Big Cheetah Energy will lock it out and hear it from the crowd as they hit the button. So one team at the final barbell here, the barbell benches. 9 seconds remaining. Woo, little pop off the leg. Go through the 3 front squats here. This is all you can ask for. Your first workout of the day is some barbell. 3 for shoulder overhead. To go the barbell benches.
We've got 1 minute remaining, athletes. 1 minute.
So barbell benches. Working on their final one.
All right, guys, that heat number 3 transitions again to 2 minutes on that echo bike where they have max calories that they will attempt. So they start out, if you guys are just joining us, they've got a 7-minute window of 3 rep max overhead squat or front squat that they will be attempting. From there, they've got power snatches, burpees over the bar. From there, they've got 2 minutes of max calories on that Echo bike. And they proceed on from Echo bike calories. From there, 10 feet of handstand walking. From there, flip sled. On that flip sled, we've got, for the gentlemen, 350 pounds on that flip sled. For the ladies, they've got 280 pounds. But right now, you're looking at your third heat in this very front row of power snatches, burpees over the bar. And right behind them, on that Echo bike, taking those handstand walks, taking that flip sled. They'll start out with 15 repetitions on that power snatch. From there, proceeding on to those burpees over the bar. From there, back to 10 on the power snatch. Burpees over the bar, followed by 5 on that power snatch. Ethan Helbig and Braden Ruby side by side on that flip sled. These guys have been pretty close today. They both did a 280, I believe, on that overhead squat attempt. Again, our weight to beat yesterday for the gentlemen overhead squatting was 280. Ladies was 165. Again, you got to give these athletes a ton of credit. They're on this floor for a total of 58 minutes of work today on the deck of all decks.
So is everybody else. It's gonna suck. I don't know. I didn't have a choice. Oh my God. There may be others. There may be I got you. Okay.
What are the dumbbells for? Oh, handstand versions. Yeah, you're right.
Again, we've got our third heat right now on their power snatches. Burpees over the bar. Ethan and Jake side by side again in that trio of calories on the bike. Flip sled, handstand walking 10 feet a time, a window.
All our athletes neck deep in it. 3 separate heats, no waiting. Got our lead off heat number 1 athletes. The end of the line in sight. They're in the midst of a rest period, eyeballing those ski ergs. Look like they want to finish up WOD 5.3 gonna be there. Kicking it off, here we go. Heat number 1 on their final block of work. Another 4-minute AMRAP, 15 calories on the ski erg, 15 chest to bar, or thereabouts, depending on their particular division. Be 15 and 15, as many rounds as possible of that couplet for 4 minutes. Our Heat 2 athletes rocking on these flip sled flips and handstand walks. Ethan Helbig back in, looking to close shop on this round. And our Heat 3 athletes snatching their way through WOD number 2. Again, WOD 2 for time. A whopping 9 minutes on the clock for those athletes. 3 rounds, 15 power snatches, 15 burpees over the bar, 10 and 15, and then finishing up with 5 power snatches and 15 lateral burpees over the bar.
So as you'll notice, guys, we'll have athletes on this floor all day long today. We'll be sliding them in about every 20 minutes. Where's that first movement? Overhead squatting. From their power snatch burpees, from their calories on the bike for maximal calories for 2 minutes. From there, they advance on the bike, flip sled, handstand walking. So all of your friends will be out here on this deck all day long today, guys. If you are just joining us, welcome back, Wodapalooza. It's been a long 2 years. We have missed you. We are now on year number 10. It's gonna be a good one, guys.
Gina said hydrate, bitches. Very fucking cold. Jack in. I added that. She said there's a block of full body right behind this area right now. I'm like, okay, cool. She said, I told her. We gotta go. I got it.
Athletes rocking their way through. Time ticking away. Last little bit of time for our lead athletes. Heat number 1. Looking to finish up strong. Britt said a second ago, we got athletes out here all day. We do, but I'll tell you what, our Heat 1 athletes probably feel like they've been out here all day, because they have. They've been out here for going on an hour straight. That wraps it up for Heat number 1. Great job, athletes in Heat number 1. They have finished the gauntlet. They have run the gauntlet, if you will, for the last hour. And as Heat number 1 wraps things up, we reset the floor. And we bring out Heat number 4 to take on the gauntlet. So again, folks, all action today, no waiting, non-stop fitness going down all across our competition floor here on the deck.
Guys, I got 2 apps I want you to download today. The Wodapalooza app, but also your RP as well. So nobody gets the results like the trusted experts at RP, guys. So make sure you download the RP Diet Coach app today. Get things rolling and on track for you and your body.
One minute, athletes, 1 minute.
A little transition of equipment by our awesome equipment crew coming out, guys. Where we've got that fourth heat, Larry, of athletes, where they have 7 minutes, 7 lovely aggressive minutes of loading up that barbell. Overhead squats, 3 rep max, or front squat, 3 rep max. Again, the weight to beat for the gentlemen collectively from yesterday and today
30 seconds.
was 280. 280 pounds for a 3 rep max overhead squat. For the ladies was 165 yesterday. That's our weight that you are shooting and looking to beat, athletes.
All right, folks, here we go. Thumbs up all around, athletes, 10 seconds. And we are gonna get it started in 3, 2, 1, go. Off and moving again. Heat number 4. My lovely partner Britt just pointed it out. They are out here to take the field. Fresh set of muscles on the floor. And they're gonna hit a 3 rep overhead squat max. They'll have 7 minutes to make that happen. As they do that, we have yet another heat. Diving into that max ankle bike. And yet another heat. Kicking off with the wall walk workout. Part of their WOD 5 trio of workouts they are knocking out. Big weights getting tossed around all over the place. I believe Britt pointed out earlier, max weight for the fellas. Put down yesterday was 280. I believe that's been at least tied today, but I don't think surpassed as of yet.
Looks like 275 attempt already. Starting us off, that in lane number 8. Larry, who you got?
I want to double check my names because we have so many different heats coming through. I don't want to mess this up, but I believe we have got 275 down here on the bar early for Giancarlo Vera Ocha. Addressing the bars, a whole lot of weight starting things off. He's gonna clean it, go to the back with it. Gonna get everything set, gonna jerk that up. Man, no problem getting it overhead. Woo, that's nice, looking smooth. Giancarlo looking good. Boom. 275 in the books from a man in lane number 8. Working our way back just to introduce folks to you. Out of trivia, lane number 6. Michael Wallace, lane number 5. Emma Heist, lane number 4. Gabriela Toledo, lane number 3. And Ali Police in lane number 1. That's going to be your heat for athletes starting the gauntlet.
145 successful lift, though, down in lane number 4, and she's going to put on, adding some more 5s onto that for a 155 attempt. Again, female weight to beat is 165. She is right on track because we're only 3:25 on the clock out of 7 minutes for these athletes to locate that 3 rep max overhead or front squat.
All right, all the way down here in lane number 8. Lots of time on the clock. Still have about 5 minutes remaining, but Giancarlo not jacking around with the weight here, bumping it up to 300 even on this overhead squat. His last lift looks smooth and easy. Let's see what we got here.
List. They'll be on the far, far end, nearest to the clock, where the Vendor Village is.
And Giancarlo on the back with it. Push jerk from the back. Giancarlo locks it out. Bro, looking good. Run rep in.
Stars, that shoe biz, baby.
Giancarlo makes it 2. Straight focus on my man's face. And Giancarlo. Thumbs up from the judge. 3 bills in. Giancarlo there, Ocha. Locking it in. Starting off strong.
CrossFit right across the chest.
160 for Emma Hesse. Down in lane 4, lift is good. Guys, it's 5 minutes. She's got 2 minutes to succeed or to get past that 160 to 165, which is our highest female weight yesterday. She's gonna do it. Right next to her with a good lift at 95 as well, Gabriela Toledo. Down in lane number 1, 145. Adding a little bit more weight onto her bar to make that a 150 lift. Gabriela Toledo on her second squat and her third. She is successfully finishing that 100-pound overhead squat for 3 repetitions. Great job to these athletes.
Chaos on to the front squats.
Coming up on the 6-minute mark. 6 minutes in.
What was that highest weight for Giancarlo down there in lane number 8?
300 pounds, Britt. 300 made it look easy. I think he had more in the tank, but he's got a lot more stuff to do, so he probably backed off just a little bit.
300 pounds, that'll put us at our highest men's weight so far of the weekend, guys. 300 pounds on that overhead squat for, no, not 1, but 3 repetitions.
Not 1, but 3. Did it 3 times. Made it look easy.
Oh, man, we're gonna have a race to the finish.
170 for 2 reps. And Emma Hesse, 3 repetitions is good with 10 seconds to go on the clock. Great job, Emma.
I got 8 teams in the final barbell down here for the ladies.
And that's going to wrap up the time for our 3-rep overhead squat max for heat number 4.
So heat number 4, guys, they've got a transition here, a rest window of 2 minutes, where they now are changing out the weight on that bar for 15 power snatches, followed by burpees over the bar, 10 power snatches, burpees over the bar, and 5 power snatches, burpees over the bar. They've got a 9-minute window that they've got to hit and get under that time. Just in front of them is your heat number 3 athletes on the bike. Again, here's the kicker, is they do 2 minutes of max calories on that bike. Then they go on to as many multiple rounds of calories on that bike. Again, handstand walking, flip sled, and then again of handstand walking. So lots on that bike today. Again, this is 58 minutes of work these athletes are taking on today on the infamous deck at the very front entry of your Wodapalooza, guys, year number 10.
Decade of fitness right here. You said it, Wodapalooza underway. Beautiful Friday morning here in downtown Miami. The gauntlet in full effect here. Small deck energy on fire right here just off Flagler Street. You're walking by, come on in, don't be shy. There is so much to see, we just can't explain it. Big shout out and thanks to all of our sponsors. If you guys haven't made a pass through Vendor Village, block off a chunk of time because it's gonna take a while. I don't know if I've ever been at an event where we have quite so many vendors spread all over our complex. So you guys go check it out. But right now, it's all about the gauntlet for our athletes. Heat 4 athletes now on to WOD number 2. You saw them knock down 3 overhead squats for a max lift. They're now into WOD number 2. Again, that's going to be power snatches, lateral burpees over the bar. 15 snatches, 15 burpees, 10 snatches, 15 burpees, and they'll wrap it up with a final 5 snatches and 15 burpees over the bar. So a descending rep count on the snatches, constant rep count on those burpees.
Start working on their final shoulder overhead, the snatch.
30 seconds. Royal program, you get a big cheer from the crowd down here. Yes, sir.
The snatch looking to get one more rep under their belt here.
Last rep Royal programming, come on.
The squat playing good.
10 seconds.
Can they get the rep completed?
3, 2, 1. Time.
Wow.
That's a little bit heavy.
Wow, that.
Again, down at the very front here, you're looking at your heat number 4 athletes completing their power snatches, their burpees over the bar. Just past them, heat number 3 on the bike, flipping that sled, walking up, side down. A lot of inverted movements today.
And guys, as we are burning through this, well, I say we, that's the royal we, as these guys are burning through the workout, gonna remind you not to miss your chance to meet Matt Frazier when you head over to Witt's booth tomorrow, 9:30 to 11 a.m., where he's gonna be signing copies of his book. Do not miss out on that. Witt is your go-to retailer for the training obsessed. All your favorite brands under one roof, WittFitness.com.
Again, this heat number 4, and we got 12:20 in on their official time. Right now, they go until 18 minutes. They go until 18 minutes for this one, for the power snatches and burpees over the bar. Again, it's not an AMRAP for this portion. It's a 15, 10, and 5 rep scheme of those power snatches and burpees over the bar. Just ahead of them are your athletes out of heat 3 on the bike.
From 9:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. he's going to be signing his book. Multiple. It's like Dr. Harris. Now, his name rhymes with laser.
That's got all the good stuff in Also, guys, this just in. All products are 40% off at CBD MD store. Their products have always been trusted by pro athletes, and now they're certified by some of the fittest on earth, like Justin Medeiros, Andy Thorsdottir, Noah Olson, and Britt Fakowski. This week only, all products 40% off at the CBD MD store, so go check them out.
Athletes, please hold. Athletes, please hold.
I have no idea what the time.
Athletes, 1 minute.
Mike said this and said, all right, listen to this story.
Athletes, 30 seconds.
Again, those heat number 4 athletes wrapping up or wrapped up on that power snatch, burpee over the bar combination, bracing themselves for the 2 minutes of max calories on that Echo bike.
10 seconds. Athletes, stand by.
Guys, don't forget to stop over at Noble today. Pick yourself up some new swag, some new apparel, the official apparel sponsor for your 2022 decade celebrated Wodapalooza.
It's the Miami Barbell Complex. 9 reps in each movement. Then they're going to advance to a heavier barbell. 6 reps of each movement. And advance to a heavier barbell. Ending with 3 reps of each movement. Those movements you asked? The hang clean into front squats. Into shoulder to overhead. They're going to have 8 minutes to get it done. As we've seen in the previous heats, man, a race of unarmed hands, Jeremy.
Chris, how many is the first record? 9 times.
9 times. But it looks like they're having no problem, though. That barbell's lighter in the first set. So I didn't know the line, but that female time to beat is 3:22 down on my end. 3:22 fast.
2:59 for the gentleman down this end. Moving on, most of the teams down. 2:45 bar. Krypton TV seem to be leading.
Got your team in the white shirt, neon yellow bombs down here, and lane number 5 at NESC. They are on to the second barbell. For the women, that is at 165. Got the King Bull girls down here in lane number 9. They'll be in the maroon shirts.
North Haven CrossFit Freedom already onto the 265 bar. Down there in lane 29.
I got the Infernal She-Wolves down in lane number 7.
Larry, we're transitioning in our heat number 5 athletes out onto the floor.
Overhead looks like it. Into the second round.
North Haven CrossFit Freedom lane 29.
We've got Elise Rowe in lane number 1.
A lot of teams moving on now on this 265 barbell.
I got the King of
Less than a minute, athletes.
But now they'll have some company here in lane number 8. I'd rather be eating cookies. Same here. Same here.
Check 5 cents.
It's all good. It's all good.
Not too far away from finishing.
And your ladies in lane number 9, King Bull Girls.
30 seconds.
Check 5 cents. Can't get it.
3:10. 3:10, and we might have the fastest time of the day right here.
Check 5 cents. Sneaking in.
All right, athletes, here we go. Get your minds right. Got a fresh sheet of athletes starting in 10 seconds.
Jump on in about 3 minutes 30.
Counting you in. Here we go, folks. 3, 2, 1, go.
Larry, this is your next heat of athletes, heat number 5. Again, they've got 3 rep max to attempt on the overhead squat. Your current weights to beat: 170 pounds for the ladies and 300 pounds for the gentlemen. Was just about 2 heats ago. As you start to load that barbell up, again, they've got overhead squats or front squats on this one. And they've got a 7-minute window for these athletes, where they again will attempt a 3 rep max.
Sorry, Jeremy, I was checking something out.
Right, go on. Still one. Shot an overhead to go at 265. And can't lock it out.
Patriotic AF running it across the line. I'll let you mind wander what AF.
Heat number 5, neck deep. Now in the gauntlet. Well, actually, they're just starting the gauntlet, but they are in the game now. Bridges put it up. They're hitting that 3 rep overhead squat max. Starting for the fellas down in lane number 8, Travis Stevenson. Lane number 6, Ryan Delaney.
I got NESC.
Woody Waskowitz, lane number 3. And Elise Rowe in lane number 1, or the closest lane down there. We may have another athlete that snuck in there somewhere. Sometimes we fill those gaps and they don't let us know, so we'll find out who that is so we give our athletes the credit they deserve.
75 on the shoulder overhead.
2.5 minutes remaining.
Like we said, though, long day here, long day on the small deck for our athletes.
Small deck energy, Larry.
Small deck energy, you're right.
All day long, guys. 58 minutes, again, these athletes are working for. So we are 2 minutes in to their attempts at that overhead squat. Again, weight to beat: 300 pounds for the gentlemen, 170 for the ladies.
And it is the best stage, Britt. I'm going to put that out there.
It
I'm going to
is.
throw down the gauntlet, so to speak. You have all these other stages. They're doing one event, taking a break, doing another. These guys are out here for 5 separate WODs. They're out here for an hour. Not to mention our crew. These other folks getting breaks. No, we're out here all damn day, neck deep in this gauntlet.
We have the absolute best deck, Larry.
Absolutely.
2 teams now remaining for the gentlemen with 90 seconds left.
Guys, don't forget to check out that vendor village today. Lots and lots and lots for you guys to see, whether you need some more apparel or you need to get yourself some more equipment. But remember, these flip sleds, head to their booth because you can register yourself to win a flip sled. They'll be pulling those drawings on Sunday of this week. So you got another 2 days to register for that one. We're about 3:15 in. Weights are creeping up on these overhead squats for these athletes. 115 down on the bar, down in lane number 3, Miss Wendy. And next to her is Katie, down in lane number 4.
All racing the clock now. We got about 30 seconds.
And folks, our athletes are tearing it up out there. If you're feeling kind of bound up body-wise, head over to Orasti. Orasti specializes in it. They can fix pain fast. If you're in pain, stop by their booth, get connected with a Rosti provider today, and get your situation taken care of. I will tell you, we as staff members and MCs, we use them on a pretty regular basis. Standing on your feet for 12 hours a day can jack your body up pretty bad. So we're regulars over there, so you don't be a stranger. They have a tent set up. Go check out a Rosti. Coming about 5 minutes in for our athletes. 5 minutes in for our fresh heat of athletes. Again, they have 7 minutes to knock out that overhead squat. Again, our athletes on the overhead squat, 7 minutes on their clock to get that done. 3 rep max. Athletes doing a tremendous job. Giancarlo neck deep in the flips now on the flip sled, setting that weight of 300 large. On the overhead squat now on his handstand walks. The man can do it all. Little gymnastics work onto the bike. Some heavy lifting going on. Some flip sled flipping. All right, athletes, you got 1 minute remaining on your overhead squat, less than 60 seconds. Less than 30 seconds on your overhead squats, athletes. Got a couple of folks still looking to close shop on a heavy lift. One of our ladies down there looking to finish up, about 20 seconds on the clock. And not able to hang on to that one. And our overhead squat athletes about to slide into a bit of a rest period before they start WOD number 2.
Athletes, 1 minute.
Great job to all of our athletes. Again, the gauntlet, another year of the gauntlet underway. Great work by all of our athletes. Tremendous work by our crew. This is a whole lot, as you can imagine, to keep organized. You have 3 different events going on, all on the same floor simultaneously with a singular running clock. So, good stuff.
Athletes, 30 seconds. Athletes, stand by.
All right, here we go. Once again, the barbell complex. You're not going to want to miss it. The Miami barbell complex, to be more specific. A quick race underway here, as it's always been since we started at 9, 8.
Again, great job to all of our athletes out there. You guys are legitimately crushing this.
Females on one side, the males on the other. We're going to see how the story unfolds here as we let the teams get to that first barbell.
Solid gauntlet action underway. Our judges focused, staying with these athletes. You can imagine through the hour they're spending together, our judges becoming very acquainted with our athletes.
I got the barbell strokers down the lane, number 8, 2. Make that 2 more shoulder overhead in that first bar. At 155. Be your team here. In lane number 6, the boys squad.
CrossFit 11:24, first team to move on to the 245 bar down here for the men's team of division intermediates for heat number 3.
So all eyes on lanes 6 and 5 down here for your female teams, the boys squad. And Crazy Canadians in lane number 5, all in the second barbell.
All of our athletes neck deep in the fight. That's just kind of how things are on the gauntlet. You are out here for a solid hour of time. It's 58 minutes, but we're going to spot you those 2 minutes because it's taking that long to get off the floor probably when you're done. Again, great work by our athletes, great work by our judges. Again, our judges also out here for that same hour with the athletes.
This team, Crazy Canadians, the lone team to the final barbell at 175 for the ladies.
Rods right now, CrossFit Severance.
Great job, guys. Great job. Keep it up.
But it's going to be CrossFit 1-1-2-4 over the line in a super fast time of 2 minutes and 40 seconds. That's ridiculous.
The Florida squad, your first team across the line right there. Woo! 2:56. Your newest fastest time right there.
Wow, this heat is out of control, Chris.
Our athletes chipping away at their snatch a burpee event there. Again, that'll be our freshest group of athletes on the floor. Again, that descending rep scheme, at least on the snatch portion, going 15, 10, and 5. Dropping 5 reps per round as we move forward. But the burpee over the bar, stay constant at 15.
65, they are done.
Again, that's heat number 5 you're watching down on those power snatches. This is the second portion of their segment that they take on today with this 58 minutes of work.
So Harborside finishing out 3:57.
Again, folks, if you're hungry, I don't know why I'm thinking about food right now, but if you're hungry, make sure you make your way over to our food area. There's virtually everything you could possibly imagine over there. Go get yourself something to eat. Don't go hungry. Make sure you guys hydrate. It's a beautiful day out here. It's not oppressively hot, but still, you're out in the sun all day. No doubt you're probably going to get a wad in at some point also, so make sure you hydrate, hydrate, hydrate.
I'm always hungry, Larry.
I know
Guys, speaking of our RP Diet Coach, download your app today, guys. If you need some guidance and some structure on your nutrition, that is a big one, and it's going to be a game changer for you. So RP Diet Coach, download the app. So not only download that Wodapalooza app today, but download RP Diet Coach for a little more structure and diet around what you're taking in as far as those calories and that food goes.
Hybrid Athletics down in lane number 2 and Guava Strong. And lane number 3 all working on their barbells.
Travis Stevenson down in lane number 8, flying over his burpees over the bar. And just down from him is Ryan Delaney, moving fast on his burpees as well. And Miss Wendy flying on her burpees as well. Elise Rowe down in lane number 1 as well. Again, about 15, almost 15 and a half on the clock for these guys. They have until 18 minutes on that pertinent clock before they move on to the 2 minutes of max calories on that Echo bike.
Their female competitors rallying around their fellow competitors' teams here. Higher athletics.
On that hip sled, or that, I'm sorry, flip sled, the ladies have what looks like a total of 280 pounds on their weight, and then 350 pounds for the gentlemen on that flip sled.
Plenty of time, no need to panic. Hybrid athletics, get behind your team here, make some noise. 10 seconds. Work down to the end, work down to the end.
3, 2, 1, time.
Give it up, on, give it up. Woo. Be right back.
Hey guys, you came all the way to Wodapalooza, so make your way around in between events with your favorite athlete. And if you guys haven't heard about it, Podium's a new industry-disrupting supplement brand founded by Matt Frazier and the Buttery Brothers. They're on site and ready to meet with you guys. Visit their booth to get a sample of Fuse and Hydro Plus Salt. This new brand quickly becoming the preferred supplement brand of CrossFit athletes everywhere. Follow @321Podium on Instagram for live updates and booth appearances, flash sales, and ways you can win prizes.
Speaking of Buttery Brothers, Larry, they are coming to do a little workout with us today
By
at
God,
2:40
they are.
today.
I'm looking forward to that.
They got
That's
their
gonna be
whole
awesome.
crew, guys. So again, hop on over 2:40 today. Buttery Brothers are going to run through this very, very existing workout. Some entertainment for you, to say the very least. And again, our awesome equipment crew out here moving these things around for us. On those flip sleds alone, remember, 350 for the gents, 280 on the ladies' sled.
Great job to all of our athletes. Our latest heat getting their minds right, about to move on to WOD number 3. Our next heat of athletes coming out. So guys, if you are done there at the barbell, get our crew to shift everything and have you guys step forward towards your Echo bikes. Get you guys in place. And you know what? We got a little bit of cloud cover, kind of nice. I just went and put sunscreen on. As soon as I come out, the sun's gone. Maybe that's the key.
Already told me that Lonnie Preston turned 17 today. Wow. I don't know where she's at. Lonnie Preston, can you hear my voice? Happy 17th birthday. And we're going to need you to do those burpees somewhere around Flagler Stage. You sing, I'm not singing. We want to keep these people.
Like, you know, like, hey,
1 minute, athletes, 1 minute. Thirty seconds. All right, athletes, here we go. Got a fresh heat of athletes on the floor. 10 seconds. Gonna count you in. We are gonna get this big old fitness party started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Looks like our heat number 6, Larry. Overhead squats for these athletes. Viviana Agudelo in lane number 1. Jenna Picanich in lane number 3. We got Michael Landwehr and Mr. John Francis. Again, our peak weights today for the 3-rep max overhead squat for the gentlemen was 300 pounds. Yes, you heard me right. And for the ladies was 170 pounds.
And that 300-pound mark belonging to Giancarlo, he's still on the floor down here in lane number 15, working on WOD number 5. So it seems like so long ago that he hit that, but it really wasn't that long ago. Watch out, Britt, I saw that. Careful, I want to lose an MC. We can't have you go down like that. That's usually what I do.
That would have been a rough go. I might chip a tooth as well. Fantastic song, even better.
Absolutely.
All right, guys, we're about just under 2 minutes in, where you're gonna start to see some heavy weights on those bars for these overhead squats. 85 pounds to begin with. First from Ms. Jenna Picanich in lane number 3. And 100 pounds down in lane number 1, Viviana Agudelo.
Little right said Fred coming from the DJ. I'm old enough to remember this on MTV when they used to play videos. That's how old I am. All right, rocking and rolling. Overhead squatting getting done by our next heat of athletes. Our athletes back there on the rig trying to fight their way through these bar muscle ups.
Wodapalooza Fitness Festival, Noble Tent. That's a big tent you got over there in the Elevator Village. Plus many more. I see Element 26, Cleo. Who else we got? Nice.
Three and a half minutes elapsed on the clock, 3.5 remaining. 7-minute block opened up for our athletes here on these overhead squats. They rock and roll their way through. And again, if they've hit that mark and they are done, they can take a bit of a breather, add to their rest time before they begin WOD number 2. Again, 5 WODs in total, sorta. The last WOD, number 5, has 3 separate parts.
£205 down there on his overhead squat. Michael Landwehr. Rep number 1 is good. And 2. That was 3.
That was 3.
I was really off on that one.
Michael,
Hey, but good job on those
you
7 overhead squats you just did.
You know, Michael in his head is throwing the flag. He's like, that's some BS. That was 3. I don't know what
8
she's
more to
talking
go.
about. And John Francis just a laid away. Man, John was burying those squats, buried them deep. That last one just a little hard to come out of the hole on that one. Still time on the clock, though. A little less than 2 minutes remaining to rack up additional weight on their overhead squats.
Miss Picanich on her overhead squats, moving well. Michael Landwehr with a successful 3.
Our crew wrapping up their time allotted for their overhead squats. They're going to be on a bit of a break now before they move into WOD number 2. Again, guys, continuous action all the way through. We don't just have that one heat out there doing the overhead squats or that one heat out there doing their handstand walks and flip sled flips, or the guys doing the wall walk, or rather handstand push-ups. And there's too much action going on for us to be calling a stop time. I don't want to confuse anybody. A lot on the line here. These guys all pushing for this top weight score, time, or rep round count. We don't want to throw that off.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here come your RX teams to the Flagler stage, powered by Wodapalooza. Remember, once again, if you see a team, make some noise for them. Let them know you're there. Because we're going to get this thing underway in just a moment.
You got about 1 more minute till those athletes of heat number 5 are gonna rip into their power snatches and burpees over the bar. Again, that rep scheme is gonna be 15 power snatches, 15 burpees over the bar, proceeding then down to 10 and down to 5. They've got about a 9-minute window.
I don't even see the width stuff on there.
That's right, folks. If you're just joined us, welcome to the deck, powered by the U.S. Army. What's your warrior? We'll go find out. Go find the U.S. Army booth or go to goarmy.com and check them out today. But again, the deck, powered by the U.S. Army, here for the gauntlet.
All right, Jeremy, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, you just joined us here at the Flagler stage. This is the Miami Barbell Complex. See some familiar faces.
Well underway.
Some competition for
Even heat, the latest heat to join the floor.
RX teams.
Neck deep in the action here on the deck with the gauntlet. Again, folks, it is a 5 WOD mega workout. 58 minutes in length, plus 2 minutes for recovery and crying at the end, so we'll just call it an hour. Out here on the floor, everything from barbells to sled flips to calories on the bike and the ski erg, along with pull-ups, handstand push-ups, or strict presses. You name it. This has pretty much got it all. If you want to get your fitness in for the weekend, this is a great way to do it all in one shot.
Again, for that heat just behind them, guys, they start out with 2 minutes of max calories on that Echo bike. They have a rest window, and they then proceed on where they've got calories allocated on that bike, 10 feet of handstand walking, flip sled, back to handstand walking, and then back onto that bike.
Again, the battle fierce here on the gauntlet. You guys are just walking in. Welcome to this wonderful Friday morning here in Miami. Wodapalooza 2022, a decade of celebration, a decade of fitness. You guys are in the right place at the right time. We talked to some folks, it was their first trip here, and they were blown away yesterday by the energy and vibe here at Wodapalooza. You can't beat it. You really can't. Glad you guys are here with us again. The gauntlet. An hour of fitness. Not a decade, probably feels like it by the time they're done, but it's 58 minutes of fitness out here for all of our athletes, and we appreciate you guys coming out to join us.
One awesome part is all of the music that you'll hear at Wodapalooza. Larry, we have some of the best DJs from around the world, in fact, literally. Came from far, far away to entertain you guys with music all weekend long. So hats off to all of our DJs.
International DJs, international MCs. We have MCs from all over the world here as well. Traveling near and far. We have them from right here in Miami, all the way from Australia, Spain. We even let one come in from Canada. It was cool. He's okay, we like him.
You can definitely collaborate all of their accents together. The Canadian, the English, and our Aussie. So again, we got a floor full of equipment here, guys. Ski ergs down here on the back end, and they're supersetting that with chest to bar pull-ups, or their allocated movements such as pull-ups or burpees to target. We've got our handstand push-ups, our bar muscle-ups, our wall walk-ups, sled flips, handstand walking, ski erg, power snatches, burpees over the bar, overhead squat max. Larry, they got a whole accoutrement of movements that they will take on in the 58 minutes that they are on this legendary deck with us today.
Got an 8-minute time cap to this one. We are 6 minutes and 30 seconds in.
Still a couple of our lead athletes here, and I say lead athletes, our athletes in our fresh heat out there looking to finish up the last of their burpees on WOD number 2.
Go ahead, Jeremy, go ahead.
60 seconds remaining, Chris.
Davion on the floor for teammate number 5, Trace Empanadas. Trying to finish it out, ladies and gentlemen. One more for Trace Empanadas in lane number 5. And she will lock it out.
Fortitude, last 2 reps here in 9:22. Number 1, can he get the set? Team Fortitude. No.
You can't fake the cake working on their final barbell. 195 in lane number 3.
30 seconds. Fortitude, last rep. Can it go overhead? Yes, it can.
You can't fake the cake. We'll finish it out.
And it looks like all of our athletes in our fresh heat wrapping up WOD number 2. Gonna bring out our gear crew to set everything up, reset everything, whatever. They're gonna do what the gear crew does best. They're gonna handle business on the floor. Right here on the deck, powered by the U.S. Army.
5:48 for your RX team. That is.
Small stage, best stage, that's what we say.
Ooh, I see.
Gonna get our athletes wrapping everything up on the barbell portion. They're gonna reset all their stuff. So nice, so kind of them. Thank you guys so much. Get you guys to move forward to the bike, and we're gonna lead out our next crew of athletes to take on the gauntlet. Athletes, as you're arriving out here, you got about 90 seconds. Folks, if you were passing through and you're like, man, I want to give this a shot, they're still taking registrations for this very event for heats later on this afternoon. So put your name down, throw the gauntlet down, if you will, take the challenge. Come out here and have Britt and I talk about how fit and fantastic you are as you go through the gauntlet. Less than 1 minute to go. Athletes, 30 seconds.
Who else we got coming in? RX Lab, Fit to Prove, Must Love Dogs, On-Air Programming, Mad Apple, Lastica Steam.
Athletes, 10 seconds. Here we go. Gonna count you folks in. We are kicking it off in 3, 2, 1, go.
Sisters, Maple Dips,
9 seconds, athletes.
Larry, they've got 7 minutes here. Again, weight to beat. 300 pounds for the gentlemen and 170 pounds for the ladies on that 3-rep max overhead squat.
That's a tall order right there.
How are you?
Tonight's programming Los Primos Mountain Men, not a rose. Override over everything. Revamp Fitness, Earth Patrol, the Stadium Monster.
30 seconds.
A lot of teams.
10 seconds. Athletes, stand by.
All right, got a fresh heat of athletes out here on the floor, tackling the gauntlet.
Go once again.
Belinda Boulanger with attempt number 1.
Full range, Jeremy, of possibilities that can happen out here.
115 pounds for a triple. Belinda, well done. 85 pounds right next to her, Andrea Migliori. Lifts look great.
I had team training for the females finishing in at 5:48 in the previous heat. We'll see if any of these teams for the female side can match that.
9, 6, 3, hang clean. Front squats, shoulder to overhead. We're starting up here. It's a very heavy.
Again, our fresh heat of athletes out there gonna have 7 minutes to establish their heaviest 3-rep overhead squat. They are neck deep in doing that, about 2.5 minutes, 2:20 in on their allotted time, but then they'll have a little bit of a respite before they move on to WOD number 2. Will be a snatch burpee couplet with descending reps on the snatches and constant reps on the burpees. Gross as all that sounds. Gonna be great to watch.
Hang clean front squat, shoulder to overhead. They will matriculate to the next barbell at a heavier weight, 6 reps. Then make their way to the final barbell, 3 reps.
Gentlemen, kicking off at 255. Second barbell, 275. And the final barbells, 295.
You say 295?
295 pounds.
That's more than my car. I got a Honda Civic, 2-door.
Run like an apprentice.
Jared Deverell knocking it out. 3 reps in, 3 reps good.
Make that 2.
Jared good at 205.
Los Ticas team and
Again, the heaviest weight put up here by the fellas. Giancarlo Villaocho with 300 pounds in heat number 4. That weight still standing as we approach the lunchtime hour. So guys, if you're hungry, make sure you make your way over to our food area. Get yourself some sustenance for the rest of the day.
working on that second barbell.
245 attempt down here for Ryan Garcia. And Michael Shaw right next to him with 115 pounds.
I got the Sulu Cookie Monsters down here in lane number 2. The Fat Ash Cookies crew working on their final shoulder overhead in the right under 6.
You said cookies.
Yes, Fat Ash makes some banging cookies, and she is here in Wodapalooza. Somewhere, some booth.
Hey folks, I don't know if you're aware or not, but later on today, CrossFit Executive Team meet and greet with CrossFit Executive Team, 4:30 this afternoon at the CrossFit booth. So check that out.
Got another team here in lane number 13 at the final barbell. Mom Pods. Black top, red bottoms.
We got 1:45 remaining for these 3-rep max athletes in your very front row here.
Join those 3 teams on the final barbell. So, Mombots, your Sumo Cookie Monsters, Los Ticas team, and the Mad Apple on the final barbell.
Jared fighting his way through that last rep. 1 minute remaining for our athletes on the overhead squat. Coming up on that 7-minute mark.
Mombots on to the shoulder and overhead. So is Los Ticas. Sumo Cookie Monsters bringing Los Ticas across the line. Followed by the Sumo Cookie Monsters. Will be the Mombots next. Will be Mad Apple. All eyes on race at 13 and 6. Mad Apple. One final cleanage or get 195, and Mad Apple will bring it across the line.
The RX Lab Juice Brothers still the only team.
Again, gaining on that 7-minute mark, but I believe all of our athletes done with trying to hit that heavy weight for the overhead squat as time expires on that. Our athletes will get a little bit of a breather. At least our fresh athletes, freshest on the field, finishing up WOD number 1. We'll get a little bit of a breather before they kick off WOD number 2. And again, that WOD number 2 going to be power snatches and lateral burpees over the barbell. Going to be a descending rep scheme on the snatches and a constant rep scheme on the burpees. Going to start off with 15 reps on the snatches, 15 burpees, 10 snatches, 15 burpees, and 5 snatches and 15 burpees to finish WOD number 2.
Lift the sisters.
Again, that one for time of 9 minutes to knock that out.
That heat number 6 is gonna start their next section in about 35 seconds. Power snatches, burpees over the bar. So each of these segments has a short transition rest window where they then advance on. There's a multitude of parts to this workout they have as they work for 58 beautiful sunny minutes today. On our deck, sponsored and powered by U.S. Army.
Lift the sisters standing tall. 2 more reps to go on that shoulder overhead. 10 seconds. Come on, Miami, make some noise for your teams out here. 3, 2, 1, time. How's no being said? Gosh darn it, man. That was awesome.
Well, they're in it now. Our fresh heat of athletes rocking through these snatches again. Like Britt pointed out, starting with 15 reps on the snatches. We'll see them move into 15 lateral burpees over that bar. You know, it's not just burpees. It's burpees over the bar. It's not just burpees over the bar. It's lateral burpees over the bar. Just makes it worse for some reason. I don't know why. Our athletes, though, handle it like champs. Again, this is just the beginning. They are on WOD number 2, our freshest heat on WOD number 2 of 5. And even that 5 is deceiving because WOD 5 has 3 separate parts to it. So hats off to these athletes for stepping out on the field of play. If you're out there in the audience and interested in taking part, there's still slots available later on this afternoon to jump in and take part in this very event. If you are interested, go to athlete registration, sign up for the gauntlet, throw the gauntlet down, if you will, on this 5-part event, and test your fitness out here with the rest of our high-speed athletes going all day long here on the gauntlet. Great job, athletes. You guys are crushing it. Keep it up.
Whipping out those last few minutes of those power snatches and burpees. While that heat just ahead of them is on that trio of echo bike, handstand walking, and that flip sled. Prepping to move on again to that ski erg. From there, they've got ski erg bar muscle ups. There's also wall walks and handstand push-ups thrown in there too.
10 seconds. Athletes, stand by.
All right, looks like we're underway.
Again, the ladies flipping this sled. It's 280 pounds that they are tossing around. And then for the gentlemen, it's 350 pounds that they are also tossing around on that sled. Pay no mind that they're working for 58 beautiful minutes. Add on there as much weight as possible.
9 front squats, 9 shoulder overhead for your teams. Then they're going to move on to a heavier barbell. Do 6 reps of each movement. Then a heavier barbell, 3 reps. The women started with 175, 185, ending with 195. Your gentlemen, 255, 275, ending with 295 on the barbell. So we're going to see what happens here.
And finally down here for 717. Los Primos.
4 minutes to that cap for that power snatch and burpee combination.
457. Once again, all about fighting the weight games. We're going to advance into that second barbell here.
All the troops in down here, high team, please. Doing the same thing again. Other teammates
It looks like all of our athletes wrapping up WOD number 2. Eyeballing.
Cornerstone Fitness, one more and they will finish out.
CrossFit Hot are our second round taking the barbell to 295. And they are our new leaders.
Cornerstone Fitness with the fastest time, 4:16 in the division. Flower City runner racing across the line. The blonde bombshells finishing it out in lane
Some
number
skilo action by our DJs. But can you name this the year that this song came out, Larry? All right, guys, we're bringing out athletes here in just a minute from your heat number 8. If you might be just joining us, they've got a 7-minute window where they're gonna attempt a 3-rep max overhead squat or front squat. The weights to beat for the ladies is 170 pounds. For the gentlemen is 300 pounds on that bar. They have 7 minutes. From there, they got a 2-minute transition into their part number 2. But pay no, we've got some other athletes still ripping out here on their other segments for this workout.
You said it, Brent. All right, athletes, you have just over a minute remaining. Just over 60 seconds.
Nothing dramatic about these lifts. Who's that been? Was that big Canaro down there? Wow, time ticking away here.
30 seconds.
Trying to get across the line. Fit 18 in lane number 4. One final show for your in-seat. Fit 8 will walk it out in lane number 4.
All right, athletes, 10 seconds.
Hit the buzzer.
Gonna count it down for you here in 3, 2, 1, go.
Larry, we've got your heat number 8 here, Jennifer Anderson, Katie Mueller, Joshua Wanderer, Joseph Rivera, and Cesar Cortez. All these athletes looking strong, ready to load some weight onto that bar. Let's see who's gonna push some big weights for a triple today.
Early chicks, 2 more in lane number 7. The crowd screaming at them. One final shoulder to overhead for the Burley chicks. Count it up, Wodapalooza. 3,
Just over 2 minutes in for our athletes here, neck deep in the overhead squat portion of this event. Out here crushing it. Again, they're looking to set a 3-rep max on their overhead squat.
205 though for Joseph Rivera. Reps are good. 185 for Cesar Cortez down there. Katie Mueller loading up 155 pounds on her bar.
Coming up on the halfway point in the allotted time for our athletes on the overhead squat. And they have 7 minutes to get it done, and we are at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. No math whiz, but that is half of 7, at least when I use my calculator to figure it out. And again, great job to all the athletes on the floor. Big shout out to all of our volunteers, staff, equipment folks, judges, anybody out on the deck powered by the U.S. Army, crushing it today. It's a long day for these folks. Long hour for the athletes, long day for the staff out here putting in solid work. Shout out to our medical crew. Haven't had to see those guys, our girls out on the floor. We like that.
There, we've got some heavy weight down, looks like, by Cesar Cortez. And just next to him, Joseph Rivera finishes up a nice strong lift of 225 on his bar, a 205. Weights are creeping up for these athletes. They've got 2 minutes left remaining on this work towards that 3-rep max. One minute to go, athletes, on those overhead squats. Katie Mueller throwing 175 on her bar. Again, right now, the way to beat. So close on that 235 attempt down there. But Katie Mueller is about to hit 175 pounds, which will be, again, one of our top weight for women for the weekend. Rep 1 is good. Again, 175 pounds. This will be, again, your top weight for your ladies. Also, might we add, with a narrower grip. Well done, Miss Mueller. 35 seconds yet to go here, athletes, for those overhead squats attempts. But just past them is that other heat just ahead of them with those flip sleds, echo bike, and 10 feet of handstand walking.
Sutton coming out, DJ killing it, athletes putting it down, staff on point. That's how we operate here on the deck, powered by the U.S. Army here, Wodapalooza. Decade of celebration and fitness right here in downtown Miami. Thank you guys so much for coming out. If you are digging it and you are watching this event going, I can do that. I can lift heavier than that. I can go faster than that guy. Well, just so happens you can sign up for this event. Slots still open for later on this afternoon, so throw down the gauntlet yourself. Sign up, come on and join us out here on the floor. And by us, I mean Britt and I. Come and join us so we can talk about you and how awesome you are and how fit you are and how great you're doing, just like we're doing with the athletes out here right now. Our freshest heat on the floor, crushing it into WOD number 2, snatches and burpees.
Guys, as you watch these flip sleds, remember, they're selling all 22 units at the end of the competition this weekend at a massively heavy discount. So make sure you guys claim yours at the flip sled booth, but also drop your name in because they're gonna do a drawing to send you home with a flip sled at the end of this weekend. That's, again, a drawing for one of those flip sleds. I know you wanna torture yourself in your driveway with one of these flip sleds. Again, weight right now on these, for the ladies is 280 pounds. For the gentlemen is 350 pounds. That's the weight on that flip sled. But again, look down to the beginning of that start floor as heat number 8 is rounding onto their section number 2. You got all those numbers in line, Larry? They have power snatches, burpees over the bar for your gentlemen and your ladies.
I was 100% thinking about lunch when you said my name.
The mid-hour is among us, guys, so don't forget to head on over to the food court today. We've got some fabulous chefs doing some magical work with the food over there. Speaking of food, don't forget to download RP Diet Coach. If you need some structure assistance on your eating, please look to those guys. They're phenomenal.
Oh yeah, here we go. Lunchtime, that's what I'm talking about, getting hungry. Britt brought it up a second ago. If you need some food, folks, don't be shy. Head over to our food court area. It's not like the mall, it's way better. But way better. Go get yourself something to eat. The fajitas out of this world. We had them yesterday. Don't miss out. Don't leave yourself starving. Go get yourself some food. Get yourself something to drink. Stay hydrated. Stay motivated. Stay with us here on The Deck, brought to you by the U.S. Army.
If this music doesn't tell you you're in Miami, I don't know what will.
I just told him he was crushing it. He's
Hats
killing it
off
today.
to our DJ, seriously. It's literally been 2 years, guys, since our last Wodapalooza. So welcome the hell back. This is exciting. We are back, and now we're on year number 10. Kicking off our weekend, guys. It's just Friday. You got lots of time left with us.
We are just getting started. You said it.
So prep those vocal cords, hydrate, fuel yourself. It's time to have some fun, guys.
Hey guys, don't forget all the products, 40% off at CBDMD store. CBDMD products have always been trusted by pro athletes, and now they're certified by some of the fittest on earth, just like Justin Medeiros, Andy Thor's daughter, Noah Olson, and Brent Vitkowski. This week only, all products 40% off retail at the CBDMD store. Go check them out. Our freshest heat on the floor, still looking to finish up. Some of them still looking to finish up this 3-rounder, snatches and lateral burpees over the bar. Again, folks, if you're scoping things out, thinking this looks like a tough workout, but I want to give it a shot, I'll try this at home. Don't wait. Go register today to take part in the gauntlet. We still have open slots for heats later on this afternoon. Got plenty of time to get your mind right, go get your gear, come back and jump in for an hour here on the floor with us. I know you may have come to spectate, nothing wrong with being part of the show. Come on down and check it out. It's a hella workout, but just like everything in this arena, it's all scalable. We'll get it to your fitness level and get you involved. So come check it out. And now it looks like all of our athletes in that freshest heat done. Gary Bueller finishing up strong. Got our next heat waiting in the wings, warming up, getting ready to come on and take on the gauntlet. Got our athletes finishing up on WOD 2, stripping the weights for us, so we appreciate that. Pile them back up. Our gear crew will come back out, reset a whole bunch of things here in about a minute. Actually, less than a minute. Actually, here they come. Again, our equipment team crushing it all day long. You guys have been killing it. doing everything from swapping bikes, rearranging weights, moving the flip sleds, restacking weights, resetting barbells, getting it all done. Quick, fast, smooth, and in a hurry. And we appreciate it along with our judges. Our judges putting in a solid day's work here.
But not before we cheer on our remaining athletes. 90 seconds, ladies.
Just under 90 seconds remaining, athletes. Just under 90 seconds. Limelight first in that 205 barbell, coming in third on heat number 1.
Ladies, you have 1 minute remaining. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get behind them.
All right, here comes our next heat of athletes taking the field.
I've got the ladies from Bones and Bones trying to knock it out, Mike. 30 seconds to go, ladies.
2 reps to go for 2 fakes and a line.
20 seconds.
All right, athletes, you have 1 minute. 1 minute.
Stay moving. 10 seconds remaining.
Come on, ladies, get another. We're going to shut it down in 3, 2, 1, time. Round of applause for our elite teams doing work here on Planet Earth. Oh my gosh, Wodapalooza 2022, not disappointing, Mike. Girls Gone Wild South with 650. I'm not sure how that.
Athletes, 30 seconds. All right, folks, here we go. 10 seconds. And we are kicking it in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, here we go. Got our next heat of athletes attacking the barbell, loading it up, looking for that heaviest 3-rep overhead squat they can muster. They'll have 7 minutes to knock that out as they load their barbells. The heat that was just on the barbells not long ago on WOD number 3, which is the 2-minute max calorie echo bike sprint, if you will. And then our most seasoned heat on the floor, we'll say that. They are starting WOD number 5.1, 4-minute AMRAP, 5 wall walks, and then either 5 bar muscle ups, 5 pull-ups, or some variation thereof. Again, as many rounds as possible for those folks. They may look tired, and well, they are. There's no doubt, they are. No, we're not going to BS our way through it. They're smoked. They are moving into the 40-minute time frame of being out here on the field, putting in work. Again, the Gauntlet, a 58-minute commitment. Coming out here on the deck to join us for some fitness. Again, folks, if you are interested in doing that, we still have slots available for you to sign up. You can go to Adelaide Registration, sign up, come out, take part in the Gauntlet. We'd love to have you out here. We still have a few spots open up this afternoon. I'll have to double check, verify, see if we still have those open. But come on out, check it out, hang out on the deck, powered by the U.S. Army. Again, 7 minutes to establish the heaviest overhead squat they can. Our athletes taking that to heart, loading that barbell down, putting in some work. The previous heat now just coming off the bikes after that 2-minute sprint. Now that they've wrapped up the 2-minute sprint on the bike, they'll move into WOD number 4, which incidentally goes back to starting on the bike. They'll hit a AMRAP for 12 minutes of calories on the Echo bike. They'll do a handstand walk or bear crawl. Flips, and then the handstand or bear crawl to come back. The catch is, it's ascending reps, so 3 calories to start. 1 flip sled flip. Then we'll go 6 and 2, 9 and 3, 12 calories, 4 flips, etc., etc., etc. So getting progressively higher on our rep schemes for that workout. Just past 3.5 minutes in, less than 3.5 minutes remaining for our athletes, establishing that 3-rep overhead squat. A little less than 2 minutes remaining for our overhead squat portion of the event.
Venezuela working on that round of 6 still. But Leo Fuego now onto that final barbell. Followed by the comeback team.
Right, you are, Mike. It looks like the comeback team and Team Cleo neck and neck. Wow. The comeback team making those front squats look easy. She's going to move on to shoot her overhead, Mike.
The comeback team out in front.
Right, you are, Mike. 2 more reps to go. They're trying to grab the 2 spot in the heat. That's 1. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for these ladies. And the comeback team. Across the line, official 5:05.
CrossFit height onto their final barbell. Now Team Venezuela. Leo Fuego trying to finish up. Pressure from Blue City CrossFit and CrossFit height.
Italian flags on the west side approaching that 205-pound barbell.
Leo Fuego coming across the line unofficially 5:30. One down, 2 to go for CrossFit height. On the shoulder to overhead. So we come up on the 6-minute mark, just over 2 minutes remaining.
Mike, you've got a lot of ladies on your end approaching the finish.
CrossFit height still stuck on that first rep. One down, 2 to go for height.
Again, our freshest heat on the floor, rocking through their snatches and lateral burpees over that bar, a 3-rounder.
The ladies are finished rooting on their fellow competitors.
Again, out here putting in work.
90 seconds remaining, CrossFit height. One shoulder to overhead remains. Down to the center of your competition floor. And now 1 more to go for Blue City CrossFit as well. CrossFit height, 1 more to go. Unable to hang on, Blue City CrossFit. With 1 as well, who's it gonna be? Height, Blue City CrossFit, Team Venezuela. Onto that final barbell.
Right, you are, Mike. All very close. Italian vibes trying to keep up with your side.
Blue City CrossFit able to lock that last one out. 7-11. One down, 2 to go for Team Venezuela. 30 seconds remaining. 30 seconds to go.
Thunderstorm working on that 205.
CrossFit height be able to finish up underneath the time cap. 20 seconds remain. Let's go, friends. We're gonna count you down. Stay moving. 3, 2, 1. Time.
Let's hear it for our elite teams. That's a good show. I'll have to go clock the official score of freaking fitness. Man, they came.
Last couple of minutes on the snatches and lateral burpees over that bar for that heat to finish up. Our flip sled crew putting in work. No small task getting that flip sled up and over. Obviously, cool piece of equipment, staying in its lane, doing what it's supposed to do. Looking solid, and our most senior, if you will, heat on the floor. Those athletes staring down the last bitter end of this event, working on their final wads to wrap up the gauntlet here on the deck, brought to you by the U.S. Army.
No excuses, no shortcuts, no gimmicks, no tomorrows. No.
We might have the best spot for sun, Larry. All absolutely, absolutely all day long today. We got that south-facing sun on you guys, so make sure you're putting sunscreen on, especially considering these athletes are out here for 58 lovely yet grueling minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned, your top-seeded elite women are up now trying to see a show. Mike, I think this is going to be fast and heavy, brother.
10 seconds, athletes.
Wrapping up their power snatches and burpees over the bar, guys. This heat squaring things off. 18 minutes is the cap on this one for them. Again, they start out with those 7 minutes of 3 rep max overhead squat. Again, it looks like 300 pounds for the gents is still our weight to beat, and 175 pounds for the ladies.
9 front squats, 9 shoulder overhead at 185 pounds. They then progress to 195 pounds, do a 666 rep heat followed by a 333 with 205 pounds. Right, the previous heat, we had freaking fitness with a blazing time of 4 minutes and 3 seconds unofficial. We're going to see who here is up to the task of beating that score.
We got some heavy hitters here. Something's gonna get done. We got some ladies here that can absolutely do that now. Trying to finish up this round of 9 as we cross over the 1-minute mark. After a squat, we're already on to the 9 shoulder to overheads. Looking for them to move up to that 195-pound barbell for 6 reps.
I'll tell you what, like you said, heavy hitters, that might just be an understatement. Well over a dozen CrossFit Games appearances in this field. In fact, we've got a CrossFit Games champion partial team in here with Mayfield. Right here, speaking of Mayfield, Mayfield team go on. And 3 Rod Rice on that second barbell.
One more minute to the cap on that segment with the snatches and burpees over the bar.
And Venus with the power.
Which looks like your heat number 9.
Here comes
Out comes your equipment crew. Switching things out for you guys.
I see a lot of hands in the air, Mike, on that second barbell. Including Team Kreider. Those ladies from Team Oslo teaming up with Kristen Holton. Ladies and gentlemen, your leader. And what you see is night 18, that's going to be Team Go-On.
Again, that heat number 9 will advance on, where they're gonna jump onto that Echo bike for maximum calories in a 2-minute window. From there, they proceed on to that Echo bike, handstand walking, sled flipping, but out come your heat number 10, gents and ladies, where they're gonna take on 7 minutes of max, 3 rep max overhead squat, followed or a 3 rep max front squat.
Just to the east of Team Go-On, Andrea Nixler in the white shirt. She's got 2 front squats knocked down. She's going to go front. Andrea passes that 205-pound barbell on to Taylor Williamson. Taylor has it in the front rack. That one shoulder to overhead from Taylor Williamson.
Less than 30 seconds to go, athletes. The deck powered by U.S. Army, and you guys are gonna be kicking it off in about 10 seconds. Here we go, folks. Kicking the tires and lighting the fires in 3, 2, 1, go.
Larry, we're on to our next heat of athletes here. 7 minutes is their cap on this one to attempt a 3 rep max on overhead squats, otherwise into front squats. Again, 175 for the ladies, and then 300 pounds for the gentlemen is that weight to beat so far. And that's taken on yesterday's weights, also today's weights, where they had 175, which is just a few heats ago, and then 300 pounds by Giancarlo for the men on overhead squats. 6 squats, though, for our ladies down there. Brittany Annis. Lambrosi Ishmael attempting 185 down in lane number 8. Corey Kelch with a good 135 front squat. Right next to Corey, Mr. Nick Savropoulos for a good 3 rep overhead squat. And 185 pounds for Lambrosi Ishmael down in lane number 8. On that clock, athletes, you got about 2.5 minutes with a 7-minute cap. Just ahead of them, though, that other wave of, or that other heat of athletes ready to take on their calories on the bike. Handstand walking for 10 feet, sled flipping back to that handstand walking, and then back onto that bike.
What's that? It took me 2 years. 2 years? Impressive. I love it.
So Team Go Live.
$165 for Corey Kelch. Well done. $135 for Brittany Annis. And $115 down in lane number 2 for Esther Mangeno.
trivia. Remember, you get 1,000 brownie points if you get this
Nick
correct.
Stavropoulos.
Here we go. Y'all ready? Are y'all listening? All right. Which
I just add another Apis onto your name. Well done on those 3 overhead squats.
champion?
Athletes, you have less than 2 minutes until that cap on that max 3 rep max overhead squat window.
Is it 2 Sylvia Garcia? Is it 3 Coach Wilson? Or 4 Emily Roll? You got to hold your hands here. Let me know. I see a number 1. 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 You're all agreeing with number 1? Oh, there it is. I see a number 4, and you are correct. Emily Roll. Good job.
No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows.
45 seconds on your clock, athletes, as you finish out those final few lifts. Brittany looking strong down there. 145 pounds on her bar. So close. In 3, 2, 1, and that will do time for that 3 rep max overhead squat.
Is this even possible to lift? This is too much weight, man. Can Matt Fraser even lift this?
So again, they have a 2-minute transition window where they're gonna take on those power snatches, burpees over the bar. Meanwhile, just ahead of them, those heats prior on that flip sled, on that echo bike, and on those handstand walking. And then we've got some handstand push-ups down here on the rig happening.
No Miyagi-Do, guys? Here's the question of all questions. I like you, Miyagi-Do. Is anybody here an eagle fang guy? Right here, baby. Eagle fang all the way. Johnny Lawrence. Only a few people get that.
Let me do it.
2 minutes.
Thirty seconds for that heat number 10. Starting out there, 15 power snatches, 15 burpees over the bar, 10, then 5.
Thank you, Mike.
Now, as you can see, you're watching about 3 different heats of athletes here. On that very front row, that's your heat number 10, power snatches, burpees over the bar. Your heat number 9, just past them, they've got their echo bike calories, handstand walking, and their sled flip at 350 pounds for the guys and 280 pounds for the ladies. And just down on the rig, toes to bar and handstand push-ups. As you guys all know, this is about a 58-minute workout. They will take on partitioned off into sections. Rest is incorporated, and they just keep advancing on with a multitude of movements.
10 seconds.
9 minutes is the cap on that combination. Again, so they've got 15 burpees every single time consecutively over the bar. But the rep scheme will decrease for those snatches, a 15, 10, and then down to 5. Against your athletes you're watching, you've got Terry Wakala, Esther Mangeno, Brittany Annis, Corey Kelsch, Nick Stavropoulos, and Lambros Ishmael down in lane number 8. Hats off, well done to all these athletes, guys.
That's going to be on the far end.
Performance at Delta Square working on their shoulder to overhead.
I see some men knocking out those shoulder to overhead, Mike. That's going to be boys to AF. Let's go, Bobby.
All right, moving on to number 2 barbell, leading the way with performance. Down in lane number 20. 6 reps at 295. Moving fast through those hang cleans.
Still waiting for that next team to follow suit and progress to that second barbell. And sure enough, Mike, that's going to be Invictus athletes center stage. And boys hang after their right. In the 30 spot.
Figure 1, 2, and 3 with performance. Working on that round of 6 front squats. Barbell number 2.
So Invictus just gets your team, Mike.
1 down, 5 to go for Luke performance. You know they got the ringer when the guy wears a bucket hat for a heavy lift.
Those guys are moving pretty quick on those power snatches and those burpees over the bar. They have a 9-minute window to complete this one.
Hats are power, bucket hats. Heavy lifting power. Luke performance trying to stay out in front. Down to lane number 20. 2 reps to go on barbell number 2.
I'm looking for that team to progress to that very festive red and green barbell. 3 minutes in, 5 minutes remaining there.
Corey Kelsch with 2 burpees yet to go.
I see one more rep here together, Mike.
Both running trouble on that final rep on the 295er.
Invictus looking like Patrick, straight starfish in, but getting it done.
And that'll do it for Luke. First team heading to the 3:15 barbell.
13:30 unofficial time for Lambros Ishmael on this one.
So as Mike said, Luke performance on left of the west side, leading
Brittany wraps up. Few more athletes finishing up those burpees over the bar.
Gets dialed in on the hang cleans on 3 in a row. And now 2 front squats down, 1 to go. That'll do it for the front squats. My man with 6 reps in the 3:15 barbell. As we cross over the halfway marker. 3 shoulder to overheads remain for Luke performance.
And finally, another team to that left barbell, boys AF. As you see in lane 15.
Yes, we know this is a
Vinny Batista moving strong through those front squats, trying to go right into those overheads. Let's go, Team Ohio.
15 seconds. Ohio Elite trying to get it done. 10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1, time. Oh my goodness, Mike.
4 minutes, 44 seconds.
I'd still be on the very first rep, Mike.
I'm still deciding whether there should be a deadlift ladder for me.
Less than a minute, athletes. Got a fresh set of muscles, lungs, and joints on the floor, ready to throw down.
What y'all think of that?
Taking on the gauntlet.
Anybody want to come volunteer to try that workout by themselves?
30 seconds, athletes, 30 seconds.
We'll partner and get you a partner deadlift tomorrow.
No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks.
10 seconds.
No tomorrows.
In 3, 2, 1, go. They are off, guys. You got 2 crews starting right now. You got your 0 to 7 minutes, establishing a 3-rep max overhead squat or front squat. And then just beyond them, they've got calories on that Echo bike.
Lane number 3, Team Slightly Swole. Lane number 4, JST. Lane number 5, Team Blue Pin.
Greg Perino at 95 pounds on his bar. 3 full squats.
Emilio Rodriguez, 135, looks like. Front squatting it. Antonio Wilk, 3 reps in.
13, U.S. Army Warrior Fitness Team.
1 minute. Oh man, look at these judges. I love our judges. Very precious. What is the judges' favorite thing to say? Anybody know? Mildred.
Jenna Tangway throwing 135 on the bar. Again, some weights you're looking for today, guys. Maximum that we've hit this weekend was 300 pounds for the gentlemen on a 3-rep max overhead squat. 175 pounds for the ladies for a 3-rep max overhead squat. Those are our numbers to beat for the weekend on this one. They've got 7 minutes, remember. They're 2 minutes in, 5 to go, athletes. Just ahead of them, they have a grueling 2 minutes of maximum calories.
Just like we've seen in the previous heats, ladies and gentlemen, a complex 9-9-9 hang consecutive power squat followed by 9 front squats followed by 9 shoulder to overhead that barbell. They empty 275 pounds. They then get to move up to 290 pounds and do 666. And then they get to dance with this beautiful festive 315-pound barbell. 3.
Greg Perino with a good 3 lift. at 155 pounds, successful. Ample time on that clock, athletes. To gather a couple more numbers onto that score. Antonio Wilk taking on 115 for a triple. Reps are good. 185 pounds for Greg Perino right now. Eddie Rodriguez with a good lift. 170 was his weight. Successful lift. Jenna Tangway, 130 pounds, so close. Lots of time still. 2 minutes, 15 seconds to rip out some weights. Some excited fans for Greg Perino as his 3 reps count. Heat 11, you have 45 seconds to go on the clock. Jenna Tangway, 130 pounds. Help her out here, fans. Rep 1 is great. Hold it nice and strong, Jenna. There she goes. 3 successful reps at 130 pounds. Well done. Greg Perino has added weight onto his bar. Looks like he's got 200 pounds. Less than a minute to go, athletes. Overhead squat, 30 seconds remain. In 3, 2, time on those overhead squats.
Wrapping up with those overhead squats. Resetting the bar for WOD number 2. Gonna be snatches and lateral burpees over the bar. Gonna be a 3-rounder. Descending reps on the snatches. Gonna go 15, 10, and 5 on the snatches. 15, 15, and 15 on the lateral burpees over the bar. So constant on the burpees, descending on the snatches. That's really WOD number 2 for our fresh crew of athletes on the floor. Again, folks, if you're just joining us to observe your favorite athlete or just passing through to check out the action, Welcome to Wodapalooza 2022. You are at the deck, powered by U.S. Army. Small deck energy in full effect today. Keeping us pumped, keeping us hyped. DJ's got it going on. You got me and Britt on the mic and a hell of a crew on the floor, keeping the action moving. We are midday, 12:41. Beautiful sunny Miami Friday afternoon. We hope you guys are enjoying it. Make sure to make your rounds all around the venue. Check out all your favorite athletes. Get all the equipment you can possibly stand. But make sure you take care of yourself while you're here. Make sure you grab a little something to eat, hydrate. If you're feeling a bit, kind of jammed up, check out Arasti. They're the official rapid recovery provider of Wodapalooza. Stop by their booth and get VIP access to an Arasti provider. They fix pain fast, so if you're in pain, stop by their booth, get connected with a provider today.
It looks like that Heat 11 is starting up their second segment, which is going to be 15 power snatches, 15 burpees over the bar, 10 power snatches, but 15 burpees over the bar, and then 5 power snatches, finishing out with 15 burpees over the bar. They have a 9-minute cap to this portion. Again, you got Antonia Wilk, Jenna Tangwe, Elio Rodriguez, and Greg Perino. All ripping out those power snatches, but Greg Perino is flying ahead on his burpees over the bar right now. Larry, it's getting hot out here. Again, 58 minutes of work in this beautiful Miami heat. I know you guys have been chomping at the bits. We've been 2 years now, we're waiting for this thing to happen, and it's finally here. That year off got a little lonely, didn't it, Larry? This heat number 10, eager to get past this fourth section, which is a grueling calories on that Echo bike, the 10 feet of handstand walking, but that flip sled, which again is a 350-pound flip sled for the guys, 280 pounds for the ladies. Gets pretty gross after here.
Number 16, Thunder from down under. number 17, the boys. Lane number 18, Invictus. Lane number 9, the number 2.5 men. Lane number 10, Team Mayhem in Paradise. Lane number 11, Training Culture. Lane number 12, French Joa team. And rounding out the end, lane number 13, DSM Performance.
So we have two teams called 2.5 men. I think they settle the score here. Whoever loses out of those two teams has to be called 2.25 men.
Now watch, this time they'll struggle.
That's right, folks. You are on the deck, powered by the U.S. Army. They are in attendance right here. Several of our gentlemen off to the side over here again. Make your way over to the U.S. Army booth. Check it out. Talk to these gentlemen over there. They'll be waiting for you. Or go to their website. You can check that out as well. But hell, you're here. Why bother with that? But if for some reason you don't get a chance, GoArmy.com, or better yet, again, make your way directly to the booth. Link up with these crew. Right now, though, we are in our own pitch battle right here on the competition floor. Number of athletes finishing up on their snatches and burpees. Several athletes still rocking through the rest of the event.
Lambros rips out his handstand walking, but he kind of schools this flip sled as if it weighs, I don't know, maybe 100 pounds.
Bro, we gotta check the weights on that sled. That dude.
He's picking up a grocery bag, like you said.
Exactly. It looks like he's tossing a grocery bag over a fence or something. Holy cow.
Minimal amounts of weight, just a shy 350 pounds.
Yeah, you know. Does he have one at home or something?
Lambros, do you need us to put more weight on yours? Again, that Heat 11, guys, they're on a short transition rest window here. They're gonna head over to that Echo bike where they've got 2 minutes of max calories. This heat number 10, eager to wrap up their efforts on that bike, on that sled, and in that inverted position handstand walking.
All right, here we go. Got our next crew waiting in the wings. But we have our equipment crew on the floor right now to set everything right. Get everything where it's supposed to be for our next heat to take the field. They are doing a tremendous job today. Big shout out to all of our volunteers, our staff, our team leads, everybody out here making sure that the deck is on point all day long. One continuous day for our guys and girls out here on the deck. Breaks, we don't need no stinking breaks. We'll just work our whole way through. All right, here comes our next heat of athletes making their way out to the competition floor. Ready to take on the gauntlet.
Out comes that next heat, guys. So we've got Tammy Quintero, Ella Nicholson, Kelly Hoffman, Derek Tidd, and Aitor Peris. Larry, we got another heat starting out here. Again, 7-minute window. Overhead squats.
Less than a minute, athletes, less than 60 seconds.
I heard from a little birdie, Greg Perino's about to do 70 calories on the
30
Echo bike.
seconds.
Challenge accepted? Was that a yes? I think that was.
That wasn't a yes motion in Greg's defense, I don't think, but whatever. Whatever
it's
conversation you guys had.
It's just 2 minutes. He's got his hype crew over here.
10 seconds. Three, two, one, go.
No pressure, Greg Perino. 2 minutes.
Like Brent pointed out, our fresh set of muscles on the floor are gonna attack the first WOD of the gauntlet. That is a 3-rep max overhead squat. They'll have 7 minutes to establish that weight. Heaviest for the fellas done so far today was 300 pounds. I believe our ladies' weight was in the 180 zone. Tremendous all the way around. We're gonna have 3 attempts within that 7-minute window. Then they get a little bit of a breather and they can reset their barbells and we'll move on to the next part of the gauntlet WOD 2. Talk about that here in a second.
$15 calories for Elio Rodriguez. Greg Perino, what's your guess? 43 calories. Let's go, Perino. You got 12 seconds. $49 calories, Greg Perino. Well done.
That was pretty close. He was up there. That was pretty legit.
I think that 70-calorie challenge was pretty decent attempt.
That probably added the 9 calories more than what he was planning to do. Look at him.
Greg, that was great.
Greg's like, thanks, and kind of shot my game plan for the rest of the event. He'll be good? Okay. His people are like, he's good. Don't worry about him. He'll be all right. Just roll Greg around. He'll be fine. He'll be all right. Coming up on the 3-minute mark, you get a 7-minute window for our fresh heat on the floor to take on the overhead squat portion of this event. So a little better than half their time remaining. 3 minutes in, 4 minutes remaining.
Kelly Hoffman, 135. Some good, strong lifts.
No shortcuts, no gimmicks, no tomorrows. No bull.
Still have a couple athletes fighting their way through their overhead squats. We are at the 4-minute mark with 3 minutes remaining on that portion of the event. But we still have several other stages, so to speak, some of the WODs underway.
A lot of feelings behind this song, apparently. 4:45 on the clock, guys. Overhead squats are looking strong right now. 215 pounds. Artur Paris. All right, successful lift.
Past the 6-minute mark. Less than a minute to go on the overhead squat. Still got one of our athletes in the fight looking to lock up a heavy 3. She's down to the hole, able to stand it up, but has to eject out of that one. Not able to keep control of it as we approach 16:20.
Thank y'all for coming all this way.
So past the 7-minute mark, our athletes now stripping the weight down to their required snatch weight for WOD number 2. WOD number 2 going to be a 3-rounder
Onto the Flagler stage.
consisting of snatches and lateral burpees over the bar. Snatches going to be descending in weight. Correction, descending in reps. Going to go 15, 10, and 5 on the 3 rounds. The other portion of the couplet will be lateral burpees over the bar. Those reps will stay constant at 15. So you'll see 15 and 15, 10 and 15, 5 and 15 to wrap up WOD number 2. And they will address the Echo bikes for their sprint shortly after.
Griffin Well. And 13, Chris Shipley. Okay, listen, guys. We've gone over this. You can use your phone, but you can yell at the same time. There you go. That's what I need right there. Come on, guys, on your feet. These are elite men in Miami, day 2 of Wodapalooza 2022.
That heat number 12, flying fast now on their power snatches and burpees over the bar, guys. Looks like Aitor Perez had our top overhead squat for this heat. He's flying on his overhead squats right now.
And our barbell is going to stay at 275, 295, and 315. 5-minute time count. This is going to go quick, ladies and gentlemen.
Already starting to work on those second barbells. Devin O'Neal moving forward. Stellas moving forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, Wodapalooza and Metallica and a heavy barbell. That's what dreams are made of. Nobody call me out, man. That's Pantera. Let's go, guys. Griffin Well. Looking strong. 295 overhead. He's going to chalk up and move to that 315, ladies and gentlemen. Your fella in lane 2022 as you see it. Only 90 seconds in and is already at 315.
Griffin's the first one to touch up.
Griffin in the hang. He's got the squat lead. He's got the front one.
Again, they're on their sets of 10 right now for those power snatches. Your heat 12, followed by 15 burpees over the bar, followed by 5 power snatches, and then finishing out 15 burpees over the bar. 9 minutes is their cap on this. This is their second portion. From there, they advance on to 2 minutes of max calories, where they're gonna strive for Greg Perino's calories that he exceeded on that max calorie bike. From there, bike, flipping that sled, handstand walking for 10 feet, and back onto that bike.
Fabian Sellis, Mike. He's going to make another attempt at 315. Going over. He's got the flitter. Yeah, he like it out. He's got this one. 256.
Ryan is going to just only one more. 3 minutes and 2 minutes remaining. Huge girl.
I'm looking at Chris Shipley. Chris Shipley. Oh!
Few more reps to go, guys, for those burpees over the bar for your heat number 12.
90 seconds.
Again, they've got 9 minutes on the cap for this one. Aitor Paris, few more power snatches to go. Believe he's on his sets of 5. Arena's on his 15 calories right now. Of that round 5, 3 burpees for Aitor Paris to go. And he does unofficial time, 14:09.
Good show, good show. Griffin Royale takes the heat win. Good job, Griffin.
Great job, guys. Y'all are killing it. Keep it up. Ski-ergs a-singing back there from our most seasoned crew on the floor. That heat that started so long ago, probably way longer for them than us, because they've been working straight through. 58 minutes of work, all total, when you are done with the gauntlet. And we have spots still open later on this afternoon. Head over and register, jump in. Got the Buttery Brothers and crew coming through right around 2:30, 2:40, I think.
2:40, they're gracing us with
2:40.
their presence. So stick around, guys.
Come
That'll
check
be a
it
good,
out.
entertaining 58 minutes
For us.
for us,
For
yes.
us. Maybe not them, but for us, it's gonna be awesome.
There's
Watch.
5 of them pulling it out today.
Oh, cool.
No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows.
With our athletes.
All right, heat number 2 heading out to the competition floor. Kicking things up for us, lane number 2, Nick Matthews.
Our fresh heat on the floor, wrapping up their 3-rounder, resetting the weights, getting ready to move forward.
In just about 3 minutes, we'll bring out another heat, which will be your heat number 13 of athletes finding that overhead squat max, that triple on overhead squats. But heat number 12 is on their quick rest here. They will then transition over to the Echo Bike to shoot for max calories in 2 minutes. Where then they get to take into the next segment, which will be calories, flip sled, and handstand walking, 10 feet at a time. Any scalable option would be bear crawl for this portion.
You guys ready? Are y'all ready? Come on.
The deck equipment crew coming out to do their thing. Reset those flip sleds. Make sure the weights are stacked and racked.
30 seconds.
Doing a killer job all day long. Got our next heat of athletes waiting in the wings to make their way out to the competition floor here at the deck, powered by the U.S. Army.
3, 2, 1, 275, 295, 315. Griffin Royal with a blazing 1 minute and 57 seconds, setting the standard for the MIA bar complex.
All right, here comes our next heat of competitors making their way out. Gotta keep that fresh batch of athletes in the hopper, ready to rock and roll on the gauntlet. So get in position where you can cheer your favorite athlete on. You're gonna get comfortable though, because you're gonna be here for a minute. 58 of them to be exact. Actually more like 62 with the breaks and the time. Anyway, 1 minute athletes, 1 minute.
On the far west side, make it 2. And he, ladies and gentlemen, under a minute is already to that final 315-pound barbell.
2 reps behind is Saxon Panchik. And now Spencer Panchik.
Anthony Davis with a fail on the clean. Is that going to open the door for Banshee?
All right, folks, 30 seconds.
Jackson, 1 overhead, 1 to go. That'll be 2 for Saxon.
Anthony Davis. He's got the front squat, looking for a shoulder to overhead. Oh, he keeps it in the front rack, ladies and
All
gentlemen.
right, gauntlet, here we go, 10 seconds.
Anthony Davis, ladies and gentlemen, just off the goal.
Kicking it hard in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, Larry, we've got this heat number 13. Jordan Kane, Bonnie Reed, Peyton Zaziski, Jax Wesley, and Tanner Schaefer. All ready to rip out some triples on overhead squats. Your numbers to beat. For the ladies, 175 pounds is our max weight triple overhead squat this weekend. And for the gentlemen, 300 pounds for a 3-rep max overhead squat, Larry.
We've seen some solid weights put up on both sides for the ladies and the gentlemen. Our male and female athletes both holding their own. 300, the heaviest weight lifted by one of the fellas so far today. That was in heat number 6, I believe. 180 for the women. All athletes getting after it, though.
Jackson pulls it out of the hole. All we need is a single shoulder overhead. Oh, and he fails. George Fernandez.
Tyler Christoffel. Look edge out. The Panchik brothers and Vasa. And now Vasa will run across.
Under 2 minutes, gentlemen. George Fernandez. He comes out of the hole. Knocks out a front squat. Working on a shoulder overhead for George Fernandez. Saxon, another run at 315. All we need is a shoulder to overhead. Let's go, Saxon. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Saxon Panchik. Unofficial 3-3-5. Casey Crable.
Coming to an end on that 2-minute sprint on the bike.
All we need from Casey is a shoulder to overhead.
Great job, athletes. Just enough to destroy themselves before they start the Echo Bike handstand flip sled AMRAP. Excellent, excellent programming. Making them push hard before they have to push hard. Great job, guys and girls.
Jeremy Vigneault, let's go, Jeremy. Jeremy's got the front squat with a square shoulder overhead. 30 seconds. Marconi.
Solid weights getting put up by all of our athletes thus far today, and this heat not disappointing as we approach 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. At the halfway point and our allotted time for our overhead squat opener. And they have a 7-minute window to get this done. Our crew coming off the sprint on the Echo Bike utilizing this time is a little bit of a breather. I don't blame them. They got a whole lot more work to do. The gauntlet is no joke, folks.
Jake Marconi said, you know what? I don't like this barbell.
No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows.
How's it going, everybody? Are you all ready to see your top-seeded elite men? Well, Anthony Davis, 146. That's good.
Past that 5-minute mark, still got a couple of athletes looking to lock in that heavy weight. Again, 7-minute time cap on this portion. 90 seconds remaining.
Looks like with 12, Scott Patchett. In 13, Tim Paulson. In 14, Colton Mertens. 15, Cole Sager. In 16, Alexander Caron. In 17, Donald Pepper. In 18, Patrick Fellner. In 19, Phil Toon. In 20, Jason Hopper. In 21, Samuel Forno.
1 minute remaining for our overhead squat crew.
At 23, Matt Mullen and follow on the west side. And 24, James Sprague.
1 minute athletes, 1 minute.
Thirty seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, your elite
We have all of our athletes reaching that point where they've either hit what they wanted to or
30 seconds.
making that call to back it down to their snatch weight for the next event. Again, that'll be 3 rounds of snatches cut with burpees over the bar. Gonna wrap up our time on the snatches.
In the previous heat, it was Anthony Davis who put on the show. 1 minute, 46 seconds. We're going to see if any of these men up to the task. Just like we've seen in previous heat, the star-studded cast 5-minute time cap. 3 reps. Hang clean. 2 for
First athlete. Heading to barbell number 2.
Phil, I think you can get out the workout description. You're moving too fast.
Colton Mertens right behind him.
Here comes Jason Hopper.
Tim Paulson. Moving up to round number 2.
Oh my gosh, Phil Toon on a mission. That's going to be 2 shoulder overhead for Phil Toon. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Toon is all in to 315. 1 minute in.
Scoring to be 146.
Our athletes eyeballing the barbell to kick things off for our heat. Oh, coming off the overhead squats, going on to wad number 2. Our athletes on the echo bike working their way through their handstand walks. Flip sled flips. Pretty impressed with the flip sled so far. Athletes doing a tremendous job. And here we go, heat. Kicking off their WOD 2. Snatches and burpees. Lateral burpees over the bar. Again, it's gonna be 15 snatches, 15 burpees, 10 and 15, and then 5 snatches, 15 burpees to wrap up that trip, that couplet.
You're right on pepper across the line. Not even at the halfway point yet. Matt will land. And the red shirt stepping to bring it.
Again, if you just joined us, welcome to the Tech, powered by the U.S. Army. If you are a return attendee to Wodapalooza, thank you guys so much for 10 years worth of love, celebration, and fitness. This is our 10-year anniversary here at Wodapalooza. We appreciate each and every one of you guys. So glad to be back. Brent pointed out a slight hiatus, you know, worldwide pandemic, whatever, it doesn't matter. We weren't here for a year, but we're back now. We're all together again. Again, if you come this time, we will see you back next time because you will absolutely be a repeat customer here for Wodapalooza now that you are part of the Wodapalooza family.
Samuel, put my 90 seconds to go. All we need is a rep. And ladies and gentlemen, give
DJ on this music right now. All right, Miami, what Heat 13 just wrapped up their second portion of those power snatches and burpees over the bar. Their next segment they are preparing for is gonna be 2 minutes of max calories. Again, that's 2 minutes of max calories on that Echo bike. From there, they proceed on to the Echo bike, over to that flip sled. From there, over to that 10 feet of handstand walking.
Thank you to our MC, the sound guy. Thank you to all you in the stands for being here with us today at Wodapalooza.
We're ready.
How do I train? What do I eat? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? No excuses. No shortcuts. No cheats. No smarts. No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows.
Your heat number 14 coming out onto that floor right now.
Philip?
Yes. Damjanovic.
Less than 1 minute, athletes. This is our heat number 14. Coming out for 7 minutes on a 3-rep max overhead squat. 30 seconds. Ten seconds. Athletes, you have 3, 2, 1, go. All right, you're seeing heat number 14 and 13 kicking off right now. Heat number 13, 2 minutes of max calories on the Echo bike. Heat number 14, they've got 7 minutes on the clock where they're gonna shoot for a 3-rep max overhead squat.
And
So again, that's a 3-rep max overhead squat. They've got 7 minutes to establish that number. Eric Vidal getting his first set in at 135. And Brandon O'Connor for 95 pounds. And Mr. Phillip with a successful 135 warm-up as well. Whatever the method to your madness, baby, on those max cows, standing, sitting, all about creating engine power to get a high amount of calories in that 2-minute window they've got. Eric Vidal, 185 on the bar for a triple. Shania Twain comes back to Miami, all right. DJ Steve, entertaining you guys all weekend long. £205 for Eric Vidal, overhead squat. Jean Boulanger with 105 pounds down in lane number 3. 185 for Mr. Phillip down in lane number 7. $165 for Brendan O'Connor, good lift. Katie Bradwell, gonna clean 85 pounds into that front squat, but 115 for Miss Jean Boulanger. Joining you from Canada. Brendan O'Connor, well done on that lift as well. 170. 230 pounds for Eric Vidal right now.
Michelle back to the cross block. 1 minute to go.
45 seconds on the clock. Athletes with that overhead squat attempt. Jean Boulanger attempting 130 on her bar. So close. Brendan O'Connor with 185 on his bar. Eric Vidal with 230. 10 seconds, guys.
Let's go, girls. Let's go, girls.
In 3, 2, 1, and this is where they transition. So heat number 13 on the bike is now gonna shoot for their multitude of movements. Calories on the Echo bike, flip sled, and handstand walking for 10 feet. Heat number 14 has got a scheme of 15, 10, 5 on power snatches, couplet with burpees over the bar.
That's correct. Olivia Sulik. No excuses.
Again, you got 58 minutes of work here that you're watching these athletes push through. We got the sun hiding behind this skyscraper just on the south end of us, which is protecting them right now for these 58 minutes. It'll make its appearance here again in probably a few minutes and cook things back up. 1 more minute till that heat number 14 is gonna start up with their power snatches and burpees over the bar. Heat 14, you got 15 seconds where they have a 9-minute window to complete that power snatch burpee over the bar couplet.
Yeah, let's go. Say it louder.
Say it louder. Anybody from Texas here? 2 minutes.
All right, here we go. Heading out to lane number 1, Christine Best. Lane number 2, Aoife Burke. Lane number 3, Carolyn Connors.
Again, flying through those power snatches right now. Your heat number 14, guys. Miss Katie Bradwell, Jean Boulanger, Brendan O'Connor, Eric Vidal, and Philip Damajavet. I'm screwing up your name, Philip. Again, great work, guys. Again, 15 on those power snatches.
Samantha. Lane number 11, Kendall Fitzlet. Lane number 12, Carolyn Stanley. Lane 13, rounding out the heat, Faith Ferguson.
Finding a steady rhythm as they use all those resources to push through for this grueling 58 minutes. This gauntlet of 58 minutes of work with a multitude of movements that these athletes are taking on right now. Whether it's on that bike, whether it's on that bar, ski erg, or over on the rig.
30 seconds. Stand by. All right, here we go. The MIA Bar Complex. Heat number 2, your winners individual elite division. Looking for 3 reps. Passing through 3 hang cleans, 3 front squats, 3 shoulder to overheads. Descending in reps down to 2, and then finally 1 with that heavy barbell. Starting off with 185 pounds, moving up to 195, and finishing with a whopping 205-pound barbell. A 5-minute time cap, Noah. You are right, Mike. It was Sulik who put a ridiculous 159 on the board through his team. We're going to see what happens here. Taylor Howe looking strong at 15. Caroline Connors at 13, approaching 195. Stanley down at 22. Is there enough on that overhead? Taylor Howe, ladies and gentlemen. Already on at 205. With the power clean. There's the front squat. Taylor Howe. Oh my gosh, with the pusher. She's across the line.
Again, great work, guys. We got about 12:40 on the clock for this one. At the tail end of that 15-10, 5 sequence of power snatch and burpees over the bar.
And we go, folks. Our crew hardcore wrapping up those burpees and snatches. Just a few minutes remaining on that.
Just past the 2.
Sled flip action and handstand walking all going down right center stage.
Caroline Connors finishes her dance with 195. She moves to 205. Ladies, 3 minutes in, 2 to go. Crowd, that is not enough from you. That is not enough from you. Come on, these ladies are fighting. Onto her final barbell. Chloe Lorraine Davis, Caroline Connors, now Eva Burke. On 205. 90 seconds remaining.
And folks, as we move through events all through the weekend, all kinds of stuff happening all over, from right here at the deck to the Flagler Field next door to Tina Hills around the corner to over on the water on Bayfront. So make your way around, check out all of our events. You're gonna see some stuff in the water. And speaking of that, TYR, they're the official eyewear sponsor of Wodapalooza. They're gonna be offering huge savings on a limited edition of TYRX Waza sunglasses and their best in-class racing and training goggles, perfect for swims. Stop by TYR booth to see their full range of TYR products today. And you came all the way to Wodapalooza. Don't leave without a piece of gear that you might need. Sun playing tricks. Super sunny on about an eighth of the field. And kind of chilly and shady on the other 70% of the field. It's kind of chilly over here. But that sun's gonna come out from behind that large building and heat up this whole stage here, just like our athletes are heating it up and have been heating it up all day long. Got plenty of action left coming at you. Buttery Brothers gonna take on the gauntlet in the 240 heat. So make sure you stick around for that. Watch Heber, Mars, and Jules and crew take on this killer workout. Again, 5 events all wrapped up into one. We call it the gauntlet, the monster. Our gear crew making their appearance to set everything right for the next heat. Ladies and gentlemen in the gear crew been killing it all day long. You guys are crushing it. Light at the end of the tunnel, folks. We made it past lunch. We're almost there. Not really, we got hours left, but it's okay. We're gonna make it. We're all in it together. Got a whole heap of athletes in the wings waiting to take the field. Our next team of athletes warming up. Ready to come out and take on the gauntlet here in just a bit. About 2 minutes remaining. Our gear crew gonna square everything away. We appreciate the athletes piling everything back up where it was. Saves a huge amount of time for our gear crew. They've got to get the flip sleds back where they belong. Everything lined up in order.
Lane number 3, Emily Ruff. Lane number 4, Emma McQuaid. Lane number 5, V. Sagafi. Lane number 6, Bethany Shadburn. Lane number 7, Ellie Turner. Lane number 8, Danny Spiegel. 90 seconds. Lane number 9, Sarah Sigmundsdottir. Lane number 10, Ariel Owen. Lane number 11, Lucy Campbell. Lane 12, Amy Pringle. Rounding out the heat line.
All right, folks, 60 seconds.
Tall.
1 minute crowd, are you ready? Come on! No better place to be, ladies and gentlemen, than right here, right now.
Thirty seconds. All right, we actually don't have another heat to start on the overhead squat, so this one's gonna be for you guys hopping on those bikes for that 2-minute sprint.
Seconds.
And here we go, athletes. You have 10 seconds. Let's see what kind of calories we can put down on this 2-minute sprint. Counting you in. 3, 2, 1, go.
Stand by. And they're off, ladies and gentlemen, just like we've seen earlier in the MIA bar complex. 3, 2, 1. Head clean, front squat, shoulder
30 seconds in on the sprint.
That was our first couple of hits with Taylor. As we were looking forward, Sydney Starter and Spiegel at the same time. Ellie Turner as well. Sydney Starter not wasting any time. Second barbell at 34 seconds. Here comes Danny Spiegel. Oh my gosh, it's too fast.
12 calories the average from the fellas as we approach the 1 minute mark for our female athletes. Looking at 10 calories. Down in lane number 1, looking at right around 6, getting after it. A whole lot of biking left to come though, so it's kind of a strategy play to maybe lay back a little bit on this one. May not score as high, but you're about to do a whole bunch of biking and other stuff, so it'll blow your remaining energy on the 2-minute sprint. But you can't coast too much. 30 seconds, athletes. All right, for our athletes on the bikes, you have 10 seconds. Our athletes on the bikes are wrapping it up now. Great job, athletes. Get a little bit of a breather before we kick things off. 45 calories right there in lane number 13. Lane number 11, 32. 28 in lane number 9. 26 in lane number 5. And all the way down in lane number 1. Well, never mind. It reset. I don't know. It's a mystery. Only she knows. And her judge. But great job, athletes. Again, we got several heats remaining, including the Buttery Brothers coming up right around 2:40, so less than an hour away. If you don't follow or know who they are, they're entertaining. I can't wait to get them out here. I know several of them. It'll be fun to watch them suffer just a little bit and talk about it while they're doing it. Fun for me, not so much for them. Athletes about to start WOD number 4. You got about 90 seconds. We have our most seasoned heat on the floor over on the plexiglass with the wall walk portion of WOD number 5. That's 5.1 wall walks. And then bar muscle ups for our RX athletes, or whatever variation it may be for their particular division. About a minute remaining, athletes. About a minute remaining to kick off WOD number 4. Yeah, WOD number 4. Going to be an ascending rep scheme of calories on the Echo bike, starting with 3, adding 3 every time. Split with handstand walks or bear crawls, and then into flip sled flips. Also ascending, adding a rep every time, starting at 1, and then a bear crawl or handstand walk back. And that is going to be a 12-minute AMRAP. You have less than 30 seconds. All right, for our athletes, 10 seconds. This will be for our athletes starting on the bikes. Gonna get you guys rolling here in 3, 2, 1, go.
Maddie's from Texas. Bethany Stafford, Aaron Lowen. Hey, look, everybody, it's Danielle Brandon. Hey, Danielle. Oh, hey, look, she waved at me with all 5 fingers, unlike the CrossFit games. We love you, Danielle.
Clearly known for your strength. Maybe it's all this heavy barbell event. What's your approach to this one? Do it. I don't know. Like you said, I'm like known as a strong athlete. It's like just the rhythm, heavy barbells, everything that I enjoy on my fitness floor. So it was kind of just like go out there and like just strong part. But once you get the hang of it, it's I like to be quick. Yes, you're talking about that short barbell being different. The biggest difference between that and a regular barbell is and on that final jerk, we saw you get that, and then you walk us through what happened in that final jerk.
That's miscommunication with me and my judge. I needed to wait for the full, like, you could drop it. I saw a nod, and it just, that was on me as an athlete, so I just got to do better and watch you.
Thank you, Danny.
Neck deep into our athletes rocking and rolling here on the deck. Friday afternoon in full swing. The deck powered by the U.S. Army. If you guys are just getting here, welcome, welcome, welcome to Wodapalooza 2022. 10 years of celebration, 10 years of fitness, a 10-year vibe that you just can't find anywhere else. So tell your friends, let's make 2023 even bigger. But right now, 10 years in a paradise. Not so much paradise for our crew right now. They're out crushing it or hanging on here to the gauntlet. We've got 2 heats on the floor. 1 heat looking to finish up. They're working on WOD 5.2, the second of 3 4-minute AMRAPs with 10 toes to bar, 10 handstand push-ups, or a variation thereof for your respective division. They'll get them a break after that, and they will finish up strong with WOD 5.3, 50 calories on the ski erg, and 15 chest to bar pull-ups, or again, a variation thereof, to finish up their 3 4-minute AMRAPs at the end of the gauntlet, capping off 58 minutes of fitness. Or as my partner Britt says, 58 beautiful minutes of fitness. I can say that, and she can say that because we're watching. I don't know if they're thinking it's beautiful in the middle of it, but hey, we'll go with that. As always, folks, we are one of a number of stages, some simultaneously underway throughout our venue here. We have Flagler, our neighbor right next door. Tons of action going on Flagler, a very cool looking setup over there. Of course, we are the deck powered by the U.S. Army. You have Tina Hills, not far away, an amphitheater style venue that's very, very cool. And then of course we have Bayside, our aquatic venue, depending on what's going on over there. And all over in between, we've got every manner of vendor. Anything related to CrossFit you can think of that you might need, or fitness in general, So head over and check out our multitude of vendors, as well as our food area, unparalleled. They have just about everything a growing CrossFitter could want. So go over and check it out. Don't leave Wodapalooza on your Friday afternoon empty-handed. Don't leave on Friday afternoon. Stick around through the evening. We got tons of fitness remaining all over the venue, not just here on the deck. Our next heat in the wings, warming up. Getting ready to take the competition floor. Again, Buttery Brothers coming up in one of our later heats. Right around 2:40, so make sure you stick around or come back to check the fellas out. Marston, Heap, and Jules, along with the rest of their crew. I believe there's 5 folks from the Buttery Brothers jumping in on the gauntlet. Flip sled getting a workout all over the deck today. Really cool piece of new equipment. Haven't seen this particular item before, but really, really interesting setup. Manageable, movable. Doing a great job of staying in its lane, so to speak. I know we had a little worry about that. We hadn't seen it in use before, but I'll tell you, I'm pretty impressed about how it's all playing out.
Eric Vidal flipping this sled real easy down here. Now we've got that Miami heat back on us with that sun around that building, Larry.
You left, it was all shady. You brought the sunshine back with you. So pretty out.
Athletes, stand by.
All right, here we go, Jeremy. The future of our sport is here and now. They're on the floor. Attacking the MIA barbell complex. 3, 2, and 1 of each movement.
Brendan O'Connor moving well. He's into his bear crawl, back over from there onto that sled.
Who's the
Larry, we got Buttery Brothers coming out here in just a few minutes, it looks like, as well. And their entire crew.
Turn my back, everyone's done down here, Jeremy. Literally under a minute, Jeremy.
Excited to see the guys from Buttery Brothers make their way out here. I believe they're going to be in the 2:40 heat, so about a half hour-ish. I know we've had some openings here and there in our heat, so we'll get them in here. It'll be interesting. It'll be fun.
Philip and Eric working side by side on their sled flip overs.
We're going at 1:07:05 here.
Out comes our equipment crew. But Philip and Eric have wrapped up that segment. Again, of a strong looking sled flip over, handstand walk, and calories on that echo bike.
He's got plenty of time on the clock, though.
Got a jam-packed heat now. Brent making their way to the floor.
Just a few more athletes on the floor.
Chocker block full of fresh talent making their way to the field to take on the gauntlet. Again, shout out to our gear crew. The equipment crew out here doing a fantastic job. All of our volunteers, judges, busting their humps all day long. They're out here with the athletes for the duration. So they are in it as well. All of our staff, volunteers, team leads, everybody out here making it happen all over the park, not just here on the deck, but all the stages. Making sure everything's going the way it is supposed to go. You got about 90 seconds.
Bar muscle ups and wall walks coming up for this heat to advance onto. They've got 5 wall walks, followed by 5 bar muscle ups. From there, they proceed on to toes to bar and handstand push-ups. Larry?
95 on the last barbell. So your youngsters over here in the back.
Got a big open space in the middle now. That's going to be interesting. 1 minute, athletes, 1 minute.
The front squat. He's got a brace for it. One last deep breath.
Athletes, 30 seconds.
So you heard the man. Last few seconds left to probably finish this barbell out. Luke Thompson stepping to the bar. Your 2 remaining gentlemen.
Athletes, 10 seconds. Here we go.
After all the other barbells,
Gonna kick this gauntlet off in 3, 2, 1, go.
10 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get behind our athletes right here.
Larry, they got 7 minutes on the clock. We got a nice full heat here. The athletes attempting a 3 rep max overhead squat. Otherwise, the other option they've got is front squatting.
I can't even turn my back and all the ladies are doing it. Also,
Just past 2 minutes in, 2:15 to be exact. 7-minute window for our fresh athletes on the floor to establish that 3-rep overhead squat. Had some tremendous weights put up throughout the day. 300 pounds, the heaviest for the gentlemen. I believe our women's division, the weight was 180, I believe.
175.
175.
Yes, 175 and then 300 on the gentleman. 145 attempt, rep 1 is great. Successful 205.
Coming up on the 4-minute mark. Again, 7 minutes in the pot for these folks to work their way through. Plenty of time on the clock.
150 for Miss Britt. 145 attempts here again. And we've got a 105.
But I got 245 all the way down here in lane number 15. Sean Smith, good at 225, looking to add that 245 on there. .430 on the clock. 2.5 minutes remaining for our athletes to add to their overhead squat. We have our seasoned group of athletes looking to finish up. Our seasoned athletes looking to finish up 5.2. All right, Sean Smith up and over. 245. Sean out of the hole for rep number 1.
Britt looking strong again in that one over there, which looks like 160.
Coming up on about 90 seconds remaining on our overhead squat, WOD 1.
Schroeder for 115. Athletes, you have about just over 1 minute remaining on this one to get those final attempts at that 3-rep max overhead squat. 285 it looks like down here, Larry.
.245. But you got it, 285 in lane number 13.
Miss Morgan Kane, hold it strong.
Dakota Shackleton looking to finish up. Sorry, Britt. Go ahead.
So close, Morgan. 25 seconds, athletes. 175 for Britt down here in lane number 2. And he's successful. 115 it looks like, no rep.
Shackleton not able to get it, and we are coming up on 7 minutes. That's gonna wrap it up for our overhead squat allotted time. Great job, athletes. But you're right, Shackleton, 285 on the bar. Just couldn't quite get it there in lane 13.
About 1 more minute till they transition to that power snatch and burpee over the bar combination, Larry, where they've got a 9-minute cap. Rep scheme is 15 down to 10, down to 5. Consistent 15 burpees over the bar across the board on this one, though.
A tough one to come off of right after the overhead squats. And then right after that, they're going to do a 2-minute sprint on the bike. Ugh. Rough one.
And then back on the bike after that. From that bike for calories, 10 feet handstand walk, and that sled flip.
And then they go to WOD number 5. So it just doesn't seem to end. All right, got our newest heat on the way on their snatches. Britt laid it out for you. Starting off, it's a 3-rounder. 15 power snatches, 15 lateral burpees over the bar. Coming back from round number 2, it'll drop to 10 snatches, remaining of 15 burpees. And round number 3 to finish it off. They'll hit 5 snatches and 15 burpees to wrap things up on WOD number 2. Rocking their way through, just a few heats remaining. Though it is a marathon event, certainly not a sprint, though there are sprint portions. Overall, it is a marathon style day here on the deck, powered by the U.S. Army.
They're just getting ahead on things right now. The second portion of this 58-minute long workout, guys. So again, if you're just joining us, they had a 7-minute window where they completed 3-rep max overhead squat. The score to beat, the weight to beat so far today and as of yesterday was 175 for the women and 300 pounds for the men. They proceed on to their 15-10-5 of power snatches and burpees over the bar.
Fellas getting it on this side. Screaming through those burpees. Again, the burpees staying constant at 15. Our athletes getting to lower the rep count on the snatches. But lateral burpees over the bar remaining at 15.
$18 minutes is the cap on this one, Larry, but they're flying through this anywhere around that 12, 13, 14, 15-minute mark to finish. They have that rest window, and then they do take on max calories in a 2-minute window on that Echo bike. Rest for a hot second, and then back on the bike again. flipping that sled and getting inverted with those handstand walks.
Handful of athletes looking to finish this up. Hands in the air from a couple of judges indicating they're almost done with these burpees.
90 seconds.
These ladies all moving really fast on these burpees together, getting close to those final few. Morgan Kane with 3 to go, but Britt finishes up on that one.
1 minute.
Appreciate our athletes taking a second to strip their barbells, pile their bumpers back up. So we got another heat waiting in the wings. At least I think we do. I think we have another heat waiting in the wings to take the field in about 5 minutes and kick off their journey through the gauntlet.
It's like perfect already. Corner over here. It's so helpful.
Underway for the 16 to 18 division. Haven't seen anything like that last week. Don't play for your misses. Every guys and girls already underway. And on the floor, make very hard work for the first barbell and the second. Third barbell now. Chase Peck. Forward, moving forward. Ladies of Mediterranean. Chase Peck open line. 3 seconds. Forward down. 53 seconds. 70 shots. First pick up line and down.
Handful of burpees left in lane number 9.
Now ready at track. Open line. Still plenty of time to be done this. One guy looks at the bottom. Knows to get the pin up. Aaron Merritt fighting the breath. As we hit the 2-minute mark.
Ski erg, bar muscle up. It's a painful combination. These guys are looking strong. You got to remember, they're a long way into this workout. They've come a long way. 58 minutes of work and in this sun right now.
Yeah, kind of heated up a little bit on the deck, just a touch. Sun's out now, a little warm out here. All right, gonna have our athletes just finishing up. Gonna advance forward to the bike, so we are bringing a whole heat of athletes out. Again, big shout out to all of our gear crew and our judges. I don't leave our judges out because our judges, again, they are connected with that athlete and they are in for the duration. While they're not doing the movements, they got to stay focused for that 58 minutes. Make sure those athletes get their correct rep counts and uphold the standard as well. All right, athletes, you guys have 60 seconds, 1 minute.
Gina Velasquez.
30 seconds.
Next barbell. Let's go, ladies. Platoon with the barbell rack. Gina.
All right, here we go, folks, 10 seconds. We are stepping into it. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Can Jane get one more rep? 3, 2, 1. Wow. Nice one.
All right, we're going to hit some big weights on these overhead squats here, guys. 7 minutes. The weight to beat, 300 pounds for the gentlemen and 175 for the ladies. They have a 7-minute window to tag on to a 3-rep max, whether that be an overhead squat or a front squat. Got some 105, some 85 pounds, 95 by some of the gentlemen down here, and on lane number 8 on the bar, 185. It's a great work to these athletes, starting out with that focus, with that level of mobility, but also stability, holding that weight overhead in these positions.
Rocking and rolling on this sprint. Getting into it.
At 115 for the gentleman down here, Alex Hale. Kurt Majid also attending 115 overhead. $225 for Chad Hale down in lane number 8. Alex Hale attempting 135. 3:45 on the clock. Just over 3 minutes remaining. Ladies, gents. Fernanda Schroeder attempting 115. And Kurt Magee with 135. 250 pounds. So close. 4.5 minutes in, guys. Again, from here, your prior heat is gonna jump back onto that Airdyne. Echo bike, where they're gonna hit as many calories as possible in that 2-minute window. They take a breather from there. They proceed on back to calories, flipping that sled, and handstand walking. $280 pounds on that sled. And from there, again, those 10 feet. So 280 for the ladies, 350 pounds on that sled that they're flipping over and over again throughout this one. So it's this trio of calories on that Echo bike from their flip sled and into that 10 feet of handstand walking. Overhead squat crew with their less than a minute remaining on those squats. 185 pounds. Down for Alex Hale.
Digging deep are all of our athletes on the floor. Coming to the end of that 7 minutes. Our athletes reloading those barbells. Getting prepped and ready for the back half of this.
Burpees over the bar, guys. They're flying on these. We're just about 10 minutes on the clock, so pretty fresh yet. Moving quick, though. Looking to finish in that, I would say, 14 to 16 minute range is that goal currently. Even underneath, though, down more in that 12 to 13, ideal. The kicker is they've got 15 burpees over the bar across the board versus just sinking down with the rep scheme of those power snatches. We're about 12 minutes in, looking to see who's gonna rip out and finish this power snatch and burpee over the bar combination that these guys and gals are going through right now. Again, they just completed that rep max overhead squat portion, and now from here into power snatches.
Just a couple of heats of competitors remaining in the wings to take on the gauntlet for this Friday afternoon. Buttery Brothers going to be all in the mix in one of those heats, so make sure you stay around to check that out.
Buttery Brothers and their crew coming out really soon here. I know, it's gonna be awesome.
Buttery Brothers et al., or et cetera, or something.
Ladies and gentlemen, special announcement. It has
Last few power snatches here as we hit the 13-minute mark.
full trainer is here today. All right, Jeremy? Limited inventory. 3 p.m. today. Better go stand in line. All right?
350 pounds on that sled. These guys are flipping, and 280 pounds down there for the ladies on that sled. That trio they're working through is gonna be sled flips, calories on that echo bike, 10 feet of handstand walking. Some 13-minute time finishes.
Several of our athletes pushing through to finish up those burpees.
Chad Hale, 13:24 unofficial time on that one. Remember, from here, they're gonna advance on to that echo bike.
Under 2 minutes remaining for our athletes on the bikes and sled flips. Tim Alstead giving it all he's got right there in lane number 9. All go, no stop for Big Tim. Same story down the line for the rest of our crew. Our athletes giving it 100% here on the deck, powered by the U.S. Army. The gauntlet in full effect. Just a couple of heats to go, ladies and gents, before we wrap up our day here on the deck.
Fans, don't forget to head out over to Noble after this, our official retail, our official apparel sponsor for this year. So please snipe your Nobles before they're all gone, guys. Check out that vendor village shortly after this. But for now, we're waiting for that crew to rip out as many calories as possible on that Echo bike.
And folks, if you're out there shopping for a new supplement system, check out Podium, an industry-disrupting supplement brand founded by Matt Fraser and the Buttery Brothers, is on site and they are ready to meet with you. Visit their booth and sample Fuse and Hydro Plus Salt. This brand are quickly becoming the preferred supplement of CrossFit athletes everywhere. Follow 321 Podium on Instagram for live updates on booth appearances, flash sales, and ways you can win prizes. And that's gonna wrap it up on the sled flip, bike, handstand walk, bear crawl event. And we're gonna bring a gear crew out to reset everything. Again, crushing it all day long, making sure everything's right where it's supposed to be. They and our judges holding it together here on the deck and all over the venue. At each and every one of our stages, same story, different faces. Everybody throwing it in, contributing, doing their parts. All right, getting everything situated. Again, big shout out to our judges. We were talking about a gear crew doing a fantastic job all day. Our judges and staff out there in it to win it as well. The judges on this stage, when they come out, they are paired with that athlete for the duration. They are in the mix, so to speak. All right, our next heat of athletes making their way to the field. We have some familiar faces. Damn it, Jules. Hey, Haves. And Marston and the crew from Buttery Brothers joining in the fun on the gauntlet. Welcome to the party, fellas.
Again, they're gonna start out with 7 minutes, guys, on that clock. We're gonna push out a 3-rep max overhead squat unless they're bumping them back to a front squat. They take a 2-minute transition from there where they have power snatches and burpees over the bar.
Athletes, you guys have 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Ten seconds. All right, here we go. Athletes, you are entering the gauntlet in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, they're gonna load those barbells up, guys. They have 7 beautiful minutes for as heavy as they can push. Ladies, gentlemen, your weight that you have to beat today for the men, 300 pounds. For the ladies, 175 pounds. Those are your numbers that you're looking to exceed today.
And again, as our athletes load their barbells and our fresh heat of muscles, joints, and whatever else they got in there, we got another heat. Diving into that 2 minutes on the bike, max calories. We'll see what those ladies and gents can put down. Beaver and Jules, looks like they're both in at 135. Mars at 185 on the bar. Just watch this, fellas. Thumbs up for the judge. Mars good at 185. Guys on the bikes killing it. 90 seconds in, 30 seconds to go on the bikes.
At a 185, a 165. $115 for our ladies down here.
Two minutes wrapped up on the bikes. Our athletes putting down some solid energy.
So they just finished out maximum calories on that Echo bike for that 2 minute window. They're gonna hang tight here, they're gonna rest, then they proceed on back onto the bike. The flip sled and handstand walking. Look at this 205.
Two and a half minutes in, Mars up with 205. Barry's number one.
2 is good. Larry, does he got 3?
I think he's got it. I got confidence.
Good
Mars
for
goes
3,
with 3.
Mr. Mars. Heber, what you got? 165 pounds. And he does it.
He hanging on that one till the end.
Ladies moving down there, 125 pounds. Down in lane number 2. She's got 105, down in lane number 1.
Coming up on the halfway point, our allotted time for our athletes on those heavy overhead squats.
Guys, we're about 4 minutes in. You have 3 minutes remain. Starting to push up a little heavier weight here.
All right, here are your RX individual
205, down in lane number 8.
3, 2, 1.
Lane number 6, Mr. Marquez eyeballing that barbell. He's already good at 160, looking at 185. Jules up and over, ready to rock and roll. Jules, heck yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
A race out of the game.
Jules good at 185. Coming up on 5 minutes. Again, folks, if you're just tuning in, just walking in, this is WOD number 1 for the fellas on the barbell right now. They got plenty to go. Plenty to go.
Mars with 225 on the bar. Taking
That's
each
nice.
single rep one at a time. Stabilize, holding that weight there.
Mars looking to stabilize that. That second rep was outstanding. Third rep not able to keep that one going. 5:30 on the clock. 90 seconds remaining on the overhead squats.
Eager to stand that weight up.
Base good at 145.
230 for Mr. Eric.
Coming up on 60 seconds, well, less than 60 seconds.
230 pounds for that triple.
Got less than 30 seconds to go on the overhead squats. A lot of our athletes wrapping it up.
They're gonna transition on, guys. 2-minute window at that 9-minute mark. 15 power snatches, 15 burpees over the bar, 10 power snatch, 15 burpees over the bar, and 5 right into that 15 set again.
Our crew on the bikes getting after it. Our crew on the barbells, getting squared away, getting their weights right. As they get ready to step into WOD number 2 of the gauntlet here on the deck, powered by the U.S. Army.
Well, your previous heat is flying right now on that trio of calories on that Echo bike. 10 feet of handstand walking. From there, that flip sled. Gentlemen at 350 pounds, ladies at 280 pounds on that sled. They are off onto workout number 2. Power snatches, burpees over the bar. Gents, ladies, you got a 58-minute whirl of work ahead of you. Getting that late afternoon sun on yourselves right now. We just had about an hour of shade. And your DJs from across the world.
I know, DJs, we have an international DJ day here on the deck, which I'm really digging. Our current heat coming out, bringing the sun with them. Things heating up out on the floor again. WOD number 2 for our fresh heat of athletes out there. 3-rounder, 15 snatches, 15 lateral burpees over the bar, 10 snatches, 15 burpees, 5 snatches, still 15 burpees over the bar. 4 time, they have a 9-minute window to knock it out. They get a little bit of a breather. And they'll address the Echo bike as well for their 2-minute sprint after that. And then on and on and on through the gauntlet. just like we've seen all day long.
Looking for a time to beat in that 12-minute mark. We're currently about 10 and a half minutes in. 18-minute cap on this one with a starting time of 9 minutes on that clock. Again, power snatches, burpees over the bar, Larry, and all that sled work. Remember, make sure you hit up Flip Sled. Check out their booth. They will be selling these very sleds at a heavily discounted price for you to take home through the weekend.
Again, folks, this is the deck powered by the U.S. Army. Right here, Wodapalooza 2022. A decade of celebration, decade of fitness, decade of community right here in downtown Miami. This year brought to you by Noble. Head over to the Noble retail store to shop the official footwear and apparel of Wodapalooza, featuring the Neon Collection and more of the latest training gear from Noble. Go check it out.
Just a portion in on section number 4 for this heat right here on those flip sleds. They've got some work ahead of them on that ski erg with bar muscle ups, wall walks, handstand push-ups, toes to bar. A little bit of all of that mixed into this one for 58 gorgeous minutes, right, Larry?
You said it. 58 minutes of fun. We'll give them 2 minutes on the backside, maybe some crying, some cuddling. I don't know, whatever's gonna happen afterwards is gonna happen. It's kind of been happening all day. It's like Britt said, it's 58 minutes of fitness right here on the deck with the gauntlet. Looks like the Bullfrog crew down to their final round of snatches or finishing up their second round of burpees.
This one's a fast one. This is like a sprint to the end. So you're not going to want to blink.
Overall time, 13:35 on the clock. For Wad, too, it's that constant 15 burpees that just sucks. I mean, it's, oof. So with some fresh, quick, fast, in a hurry burpees here at the end from several of our athletes crushing it. Eric Singer, 14:18 on the clock, flying through, man. His burpees are the ones I was talking about. He looked as fresh on the last 5 as he did on the first 5.
Oh, and also have some company on that final barbell. Eddie Cunningham, Eddie's gonna stand it and lock it out. Wow, 155 for Eddie down here.
Tremendous effort for all of our athletes on the floor. Looks like everybody on the burpees and snatches done.
Alexi
starting to rack their weights. We appreciate that. Going to get our gear crew out here in a bit to reset everything. Still got a few minutes of work for our athletes on the bikes, handstand walks, and flip sled flips.
Taking out for that next step into that Echo bike, guys, for that 2 minutes of maximum calories. Advancing on from that one, sections of a trio on the Echo bike, that flip sled, and handstand walking for 10-foot portions at a time. You got about a minute and a half until that cap. Joshua is wrapping up down here in lane number 1. He is 14 years old. Awesome job, buddy. Just under a minute to go.
Great job, Josh. Crushing it down there in lane number 1.
Awesome work on those burpees over the bar, Josh. Young Joshua, 50 seconds to go, buddy. Finishing this one right up, guys. Ready for that Echo bike. They're gonna give themselves about 2.5 minutes here of rest until they get to that bike for a max effort. 60 is the goal for you guys today. 60 calories, 2-minute mark. Who's gonna do it?
Let's go, man. Let's go, Paige. Let's go, ladies. Dig in here. Helms! She'll lock it out and finish under the time cap.
All right, here we go. Our gear crew getting everything straight. Athletes being led out into place. Our last heat of athletes entering the field for the gauntlet.
They got about a minute and a half till they're gonna start that 7-minute segment. Again, if you're just joining us, it's 7 minutes in a 3-rep max attempt at overhead squat. Maximal weight on that one. Resting for 2 minutes, and then taking on a power snatch and a burpees over the bar. Heber, how you feeling?
I feel great. I'm ready for this bike. I'm gonna send it. It's 120 seconds. It's 120 calories. No problem.
Where's this accent coming from?
Say that again.
Where's this accent coming from?
It's part of my persona on the floor. Okay, so it's.
1
Is that
minute.
what makes you so strong?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, all right. Okay, guys, they're gonna take 2 minutes on this Echo bike for max calories. My goal for you, ladies and gents, is 65 calories. Can you do it? We had somebody close earlier. Very serious. Got some wall walk-ups. Tag it in.
30 seconds. All right, athletes, here we go. 10 seconds. We're gonna get cranking in 3, 2, 1, go.
2 gnarly minutes, ladies and gents. 7 strong minutes for that front row there. Kicking off with a 3-rep max overhead squat. Option number 2, front squat. The weight to beat for the gentlemen, 300 pounds, and for the ladies, 175 pounds on that 3 rep max overhead squat. Couple 135 warm-ups down here for the gents.
Again, folks, kicking off that final heat of athletes. Tremendous job to all of our gear crew and judges. Again, our judges married to these athletes for the duration of the gauntlet trip.
Yes.
1 minute, 15 seconds in, guys, if you're on the bike. Struggling to get those calories done. Ladies and gents, you got 30 seconds. Coming up on that 2-minute mark. 10 seconds to finish up on the bikes. A ways to go for the rest of our crew. That's gonna do it on the bikes. Great job, ladies and gents.
They get to stay out, hang on that bike if they want, because their next piece, their triplet on that bike for calories, on that flip sled, and from there, upside down into that handstand walking for 10 feet.
Heavyweight on the bar for our females, 175. Starting out in the middle, 185, and then end with 195.
Strong 225 attempt here down in lane number 8. Looks like AJ.
AJ lining up on the barbell here all the way down to lane number 15. I think that's 275, I believe, on the bar.
We got some big weights down here, Larry. 275 pounds. Rep is good. And he does it. 275 pounds.
AJ working his way up from 135 all the way to 275. All right, here we go. Buttery Brothers and company on the bikes. Now begins their next WOD. Just finishing up with the bike sprint. Back for WOD number 4. It's going to be a 12-minute MRAP. Starting on the ankle bike, 3 calories into a 10-foot handstand walk.
Julian dancing his way into that 10 feet of handstand walk. He's gonna flip. Heber right behind him. They're gonna fight over sleds though, I feel like. Easy, guys. 350 pounds on these sleds. From there, back to the 10 feet of handstand walking, and then they get back on the bike. Their rep scheme will continue to ascend through this one. Again, the rep scheme is gonna climb as they keep on rolling.
Less than a minute to go if you're looking to establish that 3-rep max. Our last heat setting things up for their next WOD. Gonna be the snatches and burpees. Solid weights getting thrown around by all the athletes in our final heat. All of our athletes all day long, as a matter of fact, right here on the deck. Powered by the U.S. Army. Wodapalooza 2022. Well underway, decade of fitness, decade of celebration, dedication, a decade of good vibes right here in downtown Miami.
Mars gracefully finishing up the 10 feet of that handstand walk. Eric Zier throwing that sled around like it weighs about 100 pounds. Again, that's 350 pounds on that flip sled for the guys, 280 pounds for the ladies. About 90 seconds till our final heat here starts up with their section number 2, power snatches and burpees over the bar. Rep scheme starting out at 15. From there, they descend down to 10 power snatches, 15 burpees over the bar, and then 5 power snatches, 15 burpees over the bar. "30 seconds for that final heat as they prep for that 115 on their power snatches, 75 for the ladies on those power snatches, ripping through in that burpees over the bar. On that clock, guys, 15 seconds. Looking for a time marker for that power snatch burpee over the bar combination of about 12-ish minutes. In that 12-minute mark range, 12 to 13, as a solid time to beat. We might have creeped down to 11 though. Any idea on that, Larry?
Yeah, I'd say those fastest times, 11 or 12s.
About 10:40 on the clock. The cap for this one is 18 minutes, but they're again finishing in that low 12-minute range on that section number 2 of this workout of power snatches, burpees over the bar.
And our athletes crushing it all day long. Putting in that serious work here on the deck, powered by the U.S. Army. Last heat in full effect on their WOD
Again,
number 4.
Low to mid 12-minute was that time to beat on this one. Ripping out those burpees over the bar and power snatches. Lightly walking through those 10 feet of handstand. Julian, you're killing it. Julian, back to your sled. Again, 350 on that sled for the gents. 280 for the ladies on that sled. If you are curious, interested, want a flip sled, they're getting rid of these guys for a very, very low discounted price after the weekend. There's 22 of them for them to offload, so pay mind to that. Also, you can register to win a flip sled after this weekend's said and done. They're pulling those drawings on Sunday, so register your name. Julian, that was fantastic. Getting that afternoon, that late afternoon sun on you guys for this one. As you rip out 58 minutes of work. 58 beautiful minutes of work. Starting with some heavy lifting, a 3-rep max overhead squat, into some power snatches with burpees over the bar, some max calories, and on to that sled. I say that's a good, solid day. That's only halfway there, because then you get to take things to the rig, where they've got bar muscle-ups, toes to bar, wall walks, handstand push-ups, and ski erg. Loads of fun for you guys today.
The Brit just started talking. I'm like, he hasn't been out here once since almost started. He's like, watch me. And I'm like, I'll give you the phone.
All right, here we go. Got our crew out here to reset everything. A little bit of recovery time for all of our athletes on the floor, except for the ones that are on the ski erg and the rig. They're out there putting it down, putting in work. Britt's got the gym dog on the microphone. That was awesome. All right. Getting the floor squared away. One of the last times we'll see the gear crew out here. Maybe one more time. I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe when they start clearing the floor. But right now, we have 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. Great job to all of our athletes coming off the floor. You guys crushed it for an hour. Hats off to you. You guys did a great job. 58 minutes of fitness. Got 2 heats neck deep in it right now. "30 seconds.
I don't know if you noticed, Larry, but we've got a doggy cheerleader cheering on his dad. Little puppy down here.
He said, go get him,
Russell.
Dad. Go get him.
Everybody meet Russell.
10 seconds.
His dad is currently competing down in lane number 8. And
All right,
he
here
is
we go, guys. Kicking it in 3, 2, 1, go. Russell, the loudest cheering section we've had all day. Doing a great job.
So they've got wall walks that they step into. From there, bar muscle ups for these guys. Short rep schemes. Julian flying up to the top. Again, on to those wall walks. Piggyback with those bar muscle ups, Larry.
Starting off with 3 reps of the hand cleans, 3 front squats, 3 shoulder overhead. At 115 on the bar, now they're going to go 125, 2 reps, 135 with 1 rep. They've already got a raise on their hand. Then Lane at number 9 and 8, Jeremy.
Don't forget, folks, we've been announcing it all day, but the CrossFit Executive Team meet and greet with the CrossFit Executive Team is this afternoon at 4:30 at the CrossFit booth. If you have some questions you want to ask or get some info on what's going on in the world of CrossFit, might be a good place for you to go. Again, less than an hour away at the CrossFit booth.
Uzi Scanlon, 37 seconds.
Great work, guys. Quite a bit in here, Larry. Towards the tail end of this workout.
Yeah, something we haven't seen all day. This side of the field empty. It's been full all day long, pushing the athletes towards the rig. Kind of an odd sight to see. Not much time remaining before our mid-heat, or our last heat, rather, kicks off their WOD number 4. All right, athletes, you ready to mount your bikes? About 10 seconds. I'm gonna let your judges give you the go because their times may be different. All right, here we go. Our athletes off and moving, getting after it. And again, our final heat of the day here on the deck. Taking part in WOD number 4. It's gonna be some ascending calories on the Echo bikes. Gonna start, it's an AMRAP of 12 minutes. Gonna start with 3 calories, handstand walk or bear crawl, whichever applies to your particular division. 1 flip sled flip, a 10-foot handstand walk back, then back to the bike. Now we're gonna double the calories, or we'll add 3 every time, rather. So we'll go 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, etc. And the flip sled flips will add 1 every time, so it will ascend 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Look at you, Griffin Rip. Cassie looking to do the same thing here. Let's go.
Let's go! One foot. That ball down there moving. He's got some energy from the crowd.
Abby will push it out.
So the boys from nearly there. 1 minute remaining.
1 minute says the beautiful Jeremy down there.
So another shoulder burner here, toes to bar, and handstand push-ups. On this one, guys. After that, they tail back in onto the ski erg.
Looking to get through this barbell. Got about 30 seconds.
And we've got your final heat here on that flip sled. Also on that echo bike for their calories. And then walking 10 feet inverted. Those glorious handstand walks.
Cassie, another go at it.
10 seconds.
They are off toes to bar and handstand push-ups.
One more big round of applause for him right there.
Great job for athletes coming off the bikes into the handstand walks. Getting them done, knocking them out.
37 seconds.
Young Joshua kicking it hard down there on those push presses. Again, he's only 14 years old, Larry.
Incredible. Josh out there killing it. Been rocking all day long, almost through the gauntlet. Got to wrap this one up. It'll have one more 4-minute AMRAP, and then he will be done along with the whole Buttery Brothers crew.
Julian and Heber are gonna go side by side on those handstand push-ups. Oh, look at those guys move in sync. Heber taking the lead, it looks like. We've got that final heat ripping out all together on that bike right now. Heating up those calories. Joshua hopping back up to the bar for his next set of toes to bar. Great work on that flip sled.
Our big clock creeping up to that 30-minute mark. I guess also for the first time, our clock is going to be correct for our final heat. You just let it ride. It's the actual time for these guys and girls. Our last heat working on the flip sled flips, bikes, and handstand walks. You guys have 7 minutes. 7 minutes remaining. And for our crew on the rig, guys chipping away at the total bar handstand push-up. Got one more wad to go. All right, looks like they just wrapped that one up. They'll give them a break. Oh, no, they haven't wrapped it up. They're still in it to win it.
About 30 minutes in, 31 minutes in, Larry, for our final heat here. Again, on that triplet, on the Echo bike. From there, proceeding on to 10 feet of handstand walking. From there, they've got that flip sled. Remember, 22 of them they're getting rid of after this weekend at a very beautiful price. From there, you go back to your 10 feet of handstand walking, and then back onto your calories on that Rogue Echo bike.
All right, next to last heat, almost done. One more wad to go. Ski erg and chest to bar pull-ups. That'll be a wad 5.3, another 4-minute, final 4-minute AMRAP for that crew. But our last heat, looking to wrap up. Wad number 4, less than 5 minutes to go. Passing the 33-minute mark on the clock. Again, our clock right for the first time today, all the way through this heat. Our athletes going to wrap this up at the 37-minute mark, our final heat of athletes, that is. Again, we're passing 33 and a half. Less than 3.5 minutes remaining, athletes. Less than 3.5 minutes remaining. Keep it going. There's a little bit of a break coming up for you. Just hang tough. Keep flipping that sled. Walking on them hands and rocking on that Rogue Echo bike as we come up on 34 minutes.
3, 2, 1, go. They've got 15 on that ski erg. 15 chest to bars. For the last few strong minutes. Mars, 3 calories in, racing back to that rig to hit up those 15 chest to bar. Heber with just 3. And right into that 4 he goes. Julian with 6. This is a short sprint for them. They've got that ski right by that chest to bar.
For our athletes on the bikes and sled flips, you're coming up on the 2-minute mark. Guys are crushing it. Stay with it.
Again, we got 14-year-old Joshua down in lane number 1 who's been schooling all these guys and ladies all day today. Great job, Joshua.
Coming up on 90 seconds for our crew on the bikes.
Short sprint back and forth of that duo ski erg chest to bar. 15 and 15.
10 seconds.
For our bike, sled, handstand, walk crew, you have 60 seconds, athletes, 60 seconds. Less than a minute.
Heath Moody flying through right now on that sled, back and forth, making that sled look like it weighs maybe 100 pounds. Like we said, picking up a bag of groceries, right, Larry?
That's exactly like he's throwing groceries over a fence.
Pretty
It's like,
simple,
whoop,
one would think.
super easy. Like it's nothing. But Heath eats a lot. That might be what his grocery bags weigh. I don't know. I don't hang out with him.
4,000 calories? What do you think?
Could be. All right, crew. Bike crew, you got 10 seconds.
Final push here, guys.
And our bike sled crew is done. Great job, guys. Well, that was a long haul. You get a bit of a breather.
Buttery Bros, you got less than a minute to go on your clock with that duo of ski erg and chest to bar. "15 seconds, guys. Final 10 to push. Buttery Bros, you got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and time.
Woo! Great job, guys. Great job.
Strong
Crushed it.
finish. Heber, still hold an accent after this 58 minutes of work.
I don't know what my accent was, but yeah, I can still hang with an accent.
That's a really good accent. Are we label it? Where is it from now, though? I'd love to know.
I didn't hear the question. I'm seeing sounds. I'm seeing sounds right now. It looks like when you used to watch like music on your computer, and the computer would generate like imagery and waveforms. I'm seeing that in the sky right now.
I feel like you guys need to go eat. Julian, what are you guys gonna eat now?
Pancakes. Yeah, or tacos.
Well, of course.
I don't know. I'll keep it culturally appropriate. Tacos.
Perfect. Done. 58 minutes, guys. We got another crew coming on for their next portion of wall walks into bar muscle ups.
All right, our final heat of athletes eyeing up their little slice of the rig. Ladies and gents, you have about 30 seconds. Well, you don't
Wall walks and bar muscle ups. A lot of work in those shoulders and lats on this one. These are short little sprints. I don't know why I just used the word little, but aggressive sprints, we call them, Larry.
Aggressive. Not little, aggressive. 10 seconds. We have to use the clock. This is awesome. Here we go. Kicking it in 3, 2, 1, go. Zach, spot on with the music. Started just in time. 5 wall walks, 5 bar muscle ups, or whatever appropriate for your division.
Heath
As many
Moody over
rounds as
here, though,
possible.
Larry, moving well. Heath Moody's been doing this for a while. Seasoned veteran.
The weight increases for the ladies starting at 115, 3 reps in each movement. Moving to 125, 2 reps.
Ashley Phillips down here as our token lady of this final heat. AJ Lazat flying through those bar muscle ups. His beautiful wife Amber was down here competing, and their dog Philip over here cheering loudly for Dad. Sweet little Philip.
You're 90 seconds in, guys. 90 seconds in. Keep it up.
It's super easy. It's Russell the Jack. The Jack? He's a Jack Russell.
All right, crew, 2 minutes in, 2 minutes to go. Halfway done with 5.1.
Jackson Brown finishing around 59 seconds. Alex Fox down here, lane number 6. Stephanie Curtis Kilo down in lane number 7, working on her second barbell.
Our final round here, Larry.
Getting after it, 2.5 minutes in.
Holly Booker will drop the hammer. Paige Burns working hard here in lane number 8.
Less than a minute, athletes, less than 60 seconds.
Ashley Phillips down here doing a fantastic job as they wrap this one up.
Jeremy, they gotta do the workout. And the other thing they have to do is get over that barbell to the final
Less than 30 seconds.
to hit it. That is a
Keep it up, crew, you got it. You're almost there. Ten seconds. All right, counting it down, finishing up this portion in 3, 2, 1. Time. Great job, guys. Get a little bit of a breather. 3 minutes to recover, and we'll be back in it. Well, we, meaning you guys, will be watching and cheering.
energy here from the crowd. Get behind their athletes.
Come on, let's hear it, Miami. The last minute of work.
Here's Kilo on her last barbell. Lane in number 7, white top, blue pants. Got a gentleman right there. We'll finish it out.
Sean Jackson over the line. Duck data, persistence, paying off down there in lane 26. Getting that last shot and overhead.
Let's go, Paige.
See back here. Come on, baby.
I got Alex, Stephanie, and you. Still fighting down to the very end here.
10 seconds.
Come on, let's go.
3, 2, 1.
Give it up for them, ladies and gentlemen. Gotta love the fight from your athletes to the very end. That's all we can ask for. With a recent
Athletes, you have about 90 seconds. One minute. Less than 10 seconds.
You have a medical card. So if you have
3, 2, 1, go. All right, back in it. 5.2, the mid AMRAP. 4 minutes max effort. 10 toe-to bar or hanging knee raises. Followed by 10 handstand push-ups. 10 and 10, as many rounds as possible in that 4-minute block. Our final heat of the gauntlet for this beautiful Friday. Been a great day here in downtown Miami on the deck, powered by the U.S. Army. Brent and I have had a wonderful time with you guys today. Great job by our gear crew and killer work by all of our judges and athletes.
He's so cute.
Athletes coming up on the 2-minute mark. 2 minutes in, 2 minutes to go.
Final rock for the day for these athletes here. Mrs. Phillips, Lizotte, and Mr. Heath Moody finishing out the day with some handstand push-ups and toes to bar or any option there. And then after that, they have another 4-minute duo back and forth of ski erg and chest to bar pull-ups.
Under 1 minute.
Ashley Phillips finishing strong down here on those knees to chest.
30 seconds. Athletes, 10 seconds. Gonna wrap up in 3, 2, 1, time. Great job, crew. A well-deserved 3-minute break. You got one more to go. One more to go, and we'll put this puppy to bed.
Their final one, though, Larry, is going to
The
be
last
15
one?
calories on that erg, 15 chest to bars, 4 short yet evil minutes.
The last 4, though. It's the
last 4
today.
Laser. Laser. I gotta get one of those books.
little less than 2 minutes, athletes. Athletes, 1 minute.
I know Noah and I grew up first heats.
30 seconds. Ten seconds, guys. Here we go. You guys are closing the show for our Friday afternoon in 3, 2, 1, go.
Where's young Russell? Our young Russell, our cheerleader of the day. A little Jack Russell Terrier. Cheering on his dad, AJ Lizotte, down in lane number 8. Your seasoned veteran, Heath Moody, just down. And our wonderful and featured lady of the hour, Ashley Phillips, down in lane number 3. Ripping it with the boys. "57 minutes. 1 more minute to go, guys. final minute here, guys, on those 15 cals. And that 15 chest to bar rep scheme. 43 seconds, guys. It's been a long day for them, a 58 minutes straight head on with about every movement possible.
Less than 30 seconds to go. All right, guys, give it all you got. You're almost there again. You're going to close the show for us here on the deck in 20 seconds.
Finish them out, Larry. Last few counts here, guys. Last few chests to bar. 10 seconds on the clock.
Here we go. Give it all you got. Gonna catch it now. We are done in 3, 2, 1, time.
Again, hats off to all of our athletes today, guys. What a day. That was a grueling 58-minute workout for these guys. But even more so, massive thank you to our awesome equipment crew moving those heavy weights around. Also, big hats off to our judges. That's a 58-minute workout that they're judging non-stop for. So again, hats off to you guys. Thank you for all that you did today.
That's 50. I've had relationships that didn't last 58 minutes. You know what I mean? That's a long time. That's a commitment of focus, and hats off to our judges. As we wrap things up here, Britt and I will see you back tomorrow. Britt and I will be on Tina Hill tomorrow.
Thank you for coming out, guys, for day number 2 of your 2022 Wodapalooza. We've now made it a full decade of this. I know we had that year off. We've missed you, but welcome back, everybody.
So before I have Pollard here in lane number 18. Who's just trying to lock it out? Just couldn't get it there.
Coming up to 30 seconds remaining. Cortez, the aim for the lift.
45 to 39.
Seconds, athletes, 90 seconds.
All right, they are off. This is your 35-39 Masters out on the floor. Attacking the Miami Barbell Complex. You see it up there on the big screen, ladies and gentlemen. Those are your rep schemes, your movements in your weight load. The women, 175, 185, 195. The gentlemen, 225, 275, and even with a whopping 295.
That's very unfine, Chris. 295.
Looks like I got one. Already moving on, landing with 12. Oath's daughter.
Yeah, hey, Chris, you got Brett Olsley on the 6th bar already. And my good mate, Tomino Stewart down here, all the way down the end.
Daughter not here, lane number 20. Overall leader, white top, black pants, just at the moment. Got Hillary Garris right next to her in lane number 11. Black noble top, black pants.
Brett Olsley doing well. Tomino Stewart down there. Lane 29. Bar going down. Kyle Woods stepping up, second barbell. Excuse me, third barbell.
Orca's daughter to the last barbell down here in lane number 12. She will step to it, have a comfortable lead over the field. The clean is good, the front squat is good. Orca's daughter looking to finish it out here. Good rep from the judges. She will drop the hammer down. Official time. Orca's daughter, 2:17. Wow.
Kyle Woods. Squat is done. And the jerk overhead is good. And all done at 2:36.
From Marino to the barbell here on lane number 9. Garris to the barbell on lane number 11. The final barbell standing their way.
Hopefully now, ankle done, the squat is done, the final lift, and just falls a little bit in front.
Stacey Marino, Hillary Garris. Garris to the barbell here. She'll pull it off the ground. The clean. Readjust for that front squat.
seconds. 10 seconds. Athletes, stand by.
And Jeremy, you see the focus in the athletes' eyes right now as they get a barbell in their hand with some heavy weight on it.
Well, the older you get, the more focused you've got to be.
Oh, I didn't even realize this was Masters. Better check some IDs out here.
MIA bar complex. 3, 2, 1. Hand clean, front squat, shoulder overhead. Hands low to 225, 275, and 295. The women's weight. 175, 185, and finally 195. The time cap. It's 5 minutes. One down already.
All right, Colin Casey down here, lane number 6. One of the first athletes to the barbell. Second barbell at 185, moving it easy peasy. This Colette moving on to the final barbell around the 118 mark.
Working very hard. Lane 21. First shoulder overhead on the second bar. Already underway.
So Santino and Casey. Mariana Santino down in lane number 10 in the pink shirt, black pants. Colette with the shoulder to overhead, and Colette will hit the button first.
Trooper down here to the minute mark with 3 reps remaining. The 295 barbell. All sand between you. And a finish for today. And clean is good. 2 reps remaining. The squat is good. Final rep. Trooper. Just can't hit other misses as we hit the halfway point. On the MIA complex here. The flag is staying powered by Wodapalooza.
So Mariana Santino beats the best time from the previous heat. But Colette Casey will have the best time of 1:40.49. Might be a tie. Might be a tie. Might be a tie. We're gonna have to check out. Got 1:49 here.
Trooper about to go again. Shoulder overhead. Gets it this time. Gets over at 3:13. Draw in front of hand. 19 seconds now. Left on the clock.
So I already have multiple athletes run across the line here. As the sun starts to set down here in Miami. The action's only heating up, Jeremy. The fans, the other athletes that are finished trying to give the remaining athletes a push here.
1 minute remaining. And this barbell